Some long for longevity before fading to dust. Some long for eternal sleep as eulogy chanted by stars. Into that serenity, their lost time forever buried. She rambled 1,000 times, a million miles searching for light. Free from the rule of death, now seems so dull. Time goes by, but memories rewind. There she prays again, back when things began. Where to go? Where they meet and grow old, where no rivers would flow, no woods would grow, no life would never be ceased. Oh, somewhere they could start again, where they would never be the same, where it rains every day, then they would some forsake longevity, then fading to dust. Some fall for eternal sleep, their eulogies turn into gleaming stars. Will they meet in stars again, or go with the wind? Some long for longevity before fading to dust. Some long for eternal sleep as eulogy chanted by stars. Into that serenity, their lost
Hello?
time forever buried.
Hello?
She rambled 1,000
Hello?
times, a million
Hello?
miles searching for light.
It's me, you. Hello?
Free
Did you
from
miss
the
me?
rule of
I
death,
slept
now
hacking much.
seems so dull. Time goes by, but
Hello?
memories
Hello?
rewind. There she prays
Hello?
again,
Hello?
back when things
Oh my god.
began.
I accidentally scrolled into my character, into my model instead of okay, I'm just gonna show you guys. I'll just show you guys. This is what I scrolled into. Guys, Hello Deco, hello Lambi, hello Haikasha, hello Fresh. Hello Bells. Neko. Hello. Yes. Wait, let me show you guys my You guys like my? You guys like this? You guys like it? Turn music down. Oh shit, sorry. Yeah. No, I hate it. You hate it? You hate it? How could you? You don't like it. Oh shit. Is it still loud, by the way? Let's turn it further down.
Where's the butterfly? Where's the butterfly?
Where's the butterfly? Now bet up.
Where's the butterfly?
Where's the butterfly? I think I need to like sit on something. Hold up. Hey. Box? Do I have a box? Hey, I do have a box. Hey, let's adopt me.
Not good.
Adopt me. I'm gonna sit on it. Oh, fuck. I attached on me? Fuck. I thought I accidentally binned myself. I binned my butt. Okay, never mind. Alright, here you go. Wait, maybe I need to go behind it. Alright, hold up. Table. That's better. Let's go here. I'm gonna stick it here. I'll sit on the table. There you go. You like it? You like my feet? Guys, I can't wait to show you guys. Wait, why is it not showing? What? Why is it not showing? Game is not showing now. What? Why? It's working! Guys, I hope you guys are ready to get thirsty. I hope you guys got your drinks. I hope you guys got your order. Oh, we're gonna be playing Love in Deep Space. I hope you guys are ready to get raised. Always thirsty. Hell yeah. Do you guys need me to have like what do you call it? You know the the running kid guy that's like running like those like TikTok videos or YouTube shorts. And there's like this Reddit comment, this Reddit story being read. Subway Surfer, that's the one. Yes, Subway Surfer. Do you guys need me to put Subway Surfer on the side? I hope you guys are ready to get raised. You're gonna get waste. I have 0 res, but you know, I can do it. I just gotta believe it. I just gotta believe it. Also, for some reason, I couldn't get the game audio on. What? Guys, don't look. I couldn't get the game audio to work on the game audio thing that I have. So it's a little strange. I'ma say it's a little strange. Can you guys guess which one is Stylus? Or I like to call him Stylus. Can you guess? Nino, what the heck is that? Toes, you don't like it? You don't. Ah! Wait, you don't like it? You don't like it? You don't like it? You don't like my little feeties? You don't like my little feet? It's so different. I am flabbergasted. I wanted to change it a bit more pink, but I couldn't. So we're stuck with blue. I mean, I could change. I have not changed this, and I don't plan on changing it. Thank you. This model have a lot of physics. Yeah, it does. I especially have it for this stream because also a new account, guys. New account. But yeah, you gotta get Fable in here. Enter game. Look at the back. Okay, I was gonna go medium. Wait, we could go high, can't we? That's fine. That's fine. We're gonna go with medium. We're gonna go with medium. We're gonna go with medium. Guys, this is a sim game. I feel like if no see this model, she will start screaming with how cute it is. Oh, she's out with her friends. Shall I send her a screenshot of it? Should I send her a screenshot? Dorn, hi, is it gacha? I don't know. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Alright, hold up. English. Alright. Let me drop. Each Novalia. Chad is asking for your reaction to my model. Please respond. Thank you. Hey, Inu guy. Hi, hello. Hello. Yes, I'ma be rizzing. Guys. Are you a supernova? Are you a supernova? Cause you just exploded all over my heart. Wait, that's kind of sus. You know supernovas explode, right? Hey yo. My cheeks. Oh my god. Okay, let's make a character. Yes, I know. I'm gonna make a pretty character, guys. I'm gonna make pretty character. Are these like skin toads? They are skin toads, okay. Is that one with big eyes? Because I have big eyes. Big eyes. Wait. Big eyes. Which one has big eyes? That's so childlike. But stop going too far. Like I missed one wrong. Oh my god. Wait, is that where I can change the scrolling? Don't forget the tiny hands. You know, no. Guys, which one has big eyes? Which one has big eyes? Oh, kind of. Wait, is this big eye? Which one has big eyes? You know, do you like clothes to be white or black? Black, I think. Yeah, I think black. I didn't expect the last one to be hard. Wait, what were you thinking, huh? New outfit? Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you like it? You like my feet? Do you like it? Wait, this is big eyes? This has big eyes. Wait. I think I'm gonna go for this one. Alright. What is this? You get skin, hair. Okay. I'm gonna have to do some reading, guys. Damn. Let's go. Let's go for this. Hair. I think this is okay. What did I come to? Hi, Tai. I'm playing Love in Deep Space. You wanna hear a new way? Guys, wait. I have another one. You're the Big Bang. 'Cause baby, you got me expanding in all the right ways. I like this little. I think I'll go for this one. Is this the rebranding? No. This is not the rebranding. I have no idea. Wait. No. Okay, so I have to do face. I can change. Oh, this is. Oh. How? What was? Is it 0? How do? Oh, do I? Can I do this? Okay, that's normal. And I think it's fine. I think face looks fine. I don't want to make myself ugly. I want to be pretty. Damn, there's so much. There's eyebrows, eyes. Wait, can I change the eye color? No eye color. Lips. Oh wait, this is the makeup. Here we go. Is this black? Damn, those are thick. We want gentle eyebrows. Chin, ugly. No. Are you dark matter? 'Cause I don't understand you, but you got me thirsty. Oh wait, are these just the colors? Oh wait. Where are these colors? Oh, these are the eyebrow colors. Okay. That's right. Gamble all. Ooh, lips. Kissable lips. Oh, I think I like this one. Wait, which one is it? Is it this one? Premium saturated mirror glaze. Oh, okay. I can't even see any difference. I think. Yeah, I can't see any difference. Hey, let's go! Ooh, eyes. Oh my god. Wait, can I pink? Oh, that's so pretty. Oh my god. Oh, I think I like this one. Well, I went too fast. I don't know how to go slower. Oh, this one. Let me go in between. Is there a way I could just... No, there's like some buttons here. Hold up. Is tab? Is it S? How do I scroll? This. How do I scroll with this? Okay. What's R? I have no idea. Okay. This. Lips that you want to put your fingers on and go. R is R. Gosh. Rar. Guys, if I rebranded, what would I be? Would it go between? Wait, did I move up? Oh, I did. I just want to move a little bit. It's my scrolly. Oh wait, I can hold it. Oh, this is also pretty. Oh, I like this one. Ooh, this is pretty. Oh my god, these are all pretty. Oh, I'm so tempted. Oh gosh, I think I'll go for this one. This is so pretty. A gremlin. You'd be a Dorcas. Okay, can you draw me a Dorcas? Can you draw me a Dorcas? Oh, are these? What are these? I thought these were eyeliners, but they're not. They're colors. They have colors. It's colors. Wait, I think I want maybe a dark color. A subtle. Oh, that's kind of pretty. It's good. Okay. Oh wait, I can change the intensity here. There you go. Hi, Kaisha. You are breastingly boobling into the stream today, and there is something different about you, but I can't put my finger on it. I don't know. Just from the art style of the character design, I feel like I can expect some kind of horror game today. It is gonna be horror. You're not gonna be ready for this. What are these? Are these eyelashes? Guys, the horror is that I have no idea. What are these? Are they I don't see any difference. Do you see any difference? I don't see any difference. Doesn't matter. What are these? Oh, these are the eyeliners. Oh, okay. Who's this? This is pretty. Alright, there we go. I think. Oh shit! There's more. Wait, these eyeliners. Oh, mascara. I know nothing about makeup, guys. I know nothing about makeup. No, nothing. Okay. This. What is this? Blush. Okay. I blush. Wait, why was there blush on the chin? Was there blush on the chin? Hold up a minute. Wait, this is not... That's the whole face blushing. Oh shit! Oh shit. Wait, where is the blush here? Oh, under the eye? There's different... What? There's a chin blush? What? Why am I seeing ketchup ad with ecchi music? Really? Really? Can you send it to me? Oh wait, you can't even hear me. Send it over, I want to see it. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, you know what? I know nothing about blush. Are these like beauty marks? Okay, I don't want any beauty marks. Cause I'm ready. Oh, voices, guys, voices. How do I?
It's like we're in another world.
Wow!
Being cautious is always a smart move. It's just a minor setback.
New pull up. Will we get out of this character creation today? We will. Oh wait.
Being cautious is it's like we're
Oh
in another
wow.
world. It's just a
Wow.
minor setback. It's
Guys,
like we're in another world.
can we get my voice? Okay. Can we get my voice?
It's like we're in another world.
Do I have more power in my voice? Do I have more power in my voice?
Voice parameter gremlin.
Gremlin.
It's just a minor setback. It's like we're in another world. Being cautious is always a smart move.
Wow.
It's just a minor setback. It's like we're in another world. It's just a minor setback. It's just a minor setback. It's like we're in another world. Being cautious is just a minor step. It's just a being cautious. It's like we're in another world.
Okay,
Like we're in another world.
crank the slider to one side so we can see how it changes. Oh, it sounds horrible, yeah.
It's like we're in another world. It's like we're in a... It's just a minor setback.
Okay.
It's like we're in another world.
Does that sound any similar to my voice? Am I close at all? Oh my god, guys, you wanna hear another one? You wanna hear another Space Riz? Lower?
It's like we're in another world.
Does this sound like my voice? Forget NASA. You're the only mission I want. Pilot me, Captain. That sounds so lewd. Oh my god. Alright, is this my like my voice? Can you make it much higher?
Being
Like-
cautious is always a smart
Like
move.
this? Like that?
It's like we're in another world. It's like we're in another world.
More higher?
It's just a minor setback.
Yeah, I saw the Cowboy Bebop.
It's like we're in another world.
I'm just trying to listen to see. No worries. All high.
Being
Okay.
cautious, it's like we're in another world.
I think this is a little too high. But then again, do I want to hear my own voice? I don't mind. Let's go a little lower.
Being cautious is always a smart move.
Is this close? Higher.
It's like we're in another world.
What about these?
It's like we're in another world.
It's like we're in another world.
It's like we're in another world.
And then we could play with this.
It's like we're in another world. It's like we're in another world.
It's like we're in another world.
It's like we're in another world.
Is it? It doesn't sound different. Oh, okay, hold up. Wait, different as in like sound different from me, or you have more nasal? Okay.
We're in another. It's like we're in another world.
How to nasal?
It's like we're in another world.
How do you nasal? Do I speak through my nose? Do I speak through my nose?
It's like we're in another world.
Speak without my nose. I speak without. How do I speak without my nose? How? I mean, even though you made it higher, it didn't sound different than before. Oh, okay. Wait.
It's like we're in another world.
What about now? Is that higher?
It's like we're in another world.
Speak like Lord Voldemort. Guys, is it TT? Oh, it should be on. It just takes
Asuka
time.
asked me, can you describe what a ketchup commercial with ecchi music would be about?
Mhm.
All right, picture this, oh darling, a tomato red Lamborghini zooming through endless fields
Lamborghini.
of ripe tomatoes. The beat drops and suddenly slow motion shots of ketchup bottles popping, pouring elegantly onto juicy, sizzling burgers. The camera pans to glistening fries waiting for their saucy serenade. As the music crescendos, tomatoes dance in the air, and a mysterious figure in sunglasses gives a wink. Wee, 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 wee. A deliciously wild ride.
Yeah! Like, I couldn't do a wink, but hold up. I can set it up real quick. You wanna see me wink, guys? You guys wanna see me wink? You guys wanna see me wink? You guys wanna see me wink? There you go. Do you like it? I winked. I winked. Your heart? Am I touching your heart with my wing? Am I touching your heart with my wing? Forget about rocket fuel. I run on chaos and cuddles. Wanna fill me up? Wanna fill me up? Was that good? Oopsies, not that one. Is that good? Was that good? Did I get you? Did I get you? Yeah, I can... Usually I have it so it combines like both eyes, like so it just when I blink, so you don't get like you don't like get a delayed eye. You don't get like a weirdly delayed eye links like. But I see you like a lovely little sister rather than a romantic partner, so you come off so precious to me. Oh, that's so sweet, hi Kaisa. Why don't repeat the one you just said? The rocket fuel one? Forget rocket fuel. I run on chaos and cuddles. Wanna fill me up? There you go. Oh, you mean the supernova one? What, you mean the supernova one? Are you a supernova? 'Cause you just exploded all over my heart. I said don't? You said don't? I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait. Wanna top me up? Instead of fill me up? Oh God. I don't know if that's better. I mean, I know. If love was a planet, I will be orbiting all around you forever. And wait, I think I'm missing something. Hold up. Oh wait. I will orbit you all around. Wait, why can't I move my mother? I will orbit you all around. Tee-hee. Tee-hee. Why you do that? Why you do that? I said orbit. Wait, why do I have BRB on here? There. Oh my God. Are you my spacesuit? Ah! Wait, I haven't even finished my line! Oh, wait, guys, Nova might have responded. Oh, no, it's not Nova. It's a different group. Okay, hold on. I need to do it again now. Yeah. Alright, guys. Okay, never mind, I guess. I'm not gonna finish this. I'm never gonna finish this line, am I? Oh. Maybe I can do it now. And no, Jessica! Guess your spacesuit broke. Fuck. Why you broke? Please Please, please fix. Please fix. Please fix. Okay, are you my spacesuit? Are you a spacesuit? Because I can't survive without you. Wait, where's the blender? I'm waiting for. Oh, there we go. Did I do good riz, guys? Was that good riz? Was that a good riz? Was that a good riz? Did you like it? Was that good riz? Was that good riz? Did you like it? Was that good riz? Was that good? Was that good? It was perfect. Thank you. Oh my god, guys, I don't need a telescope. You're already the brightest star I see. Ah! Okay, I removed the blink for now. How many rizzes is that, guys? How many rizzes? How many? I need Fable. I need Fable to help with Riz. Oh yeah, we were doing the voice.
It's like we're in another world.
Hold on, you want a dark version? Wait, you want a dark version? Dark version of what? Dark version of what? Dark version of what? Dark version of the spacesuit pickup line. Yeah. Tell me. Are you a spacesuit? Because I'm going to suffer a violent death if you don't let me inside you. Oh my god! Damn! That's a good one. Violence! Violence! Beautiful, beautiful. I like that one. I'm gonna nick it. I'm gonna nick it.
It's like we're in another world.
Alright, more nasally? More nasally?
It's like we're in another world.
It's like we're in another world. Am I close?
We're in another world. Being cautious is always a smart move.
I don't know why does that
It's
sound
just a
different.
minor setback. It's like we're in another world.
Are you a spacesuit? Because I'm gonna suffer a violent death if you don't let me inside you.
Like we're in another
Maybe we'll
world.
just keep this. Is it too nasally? Oh wait. Let's see, husky.
It's like we're in another world.
Okay, I don't think.
Being cautious is always a smart. It's like we're in another world.
What's husky? What does it mean by husky?
Just
Am
a
I
minor
husky?
setback.
Am I a dog? What is
Being
tone?
cautious is always a smart move. It's like we're in another world.
What's
Just a
tone?
minor
What's my
setback.
tone?
It's just a minor setback.
Husky, you are not. Oh, okay.
It's like we're in another world.
Alright. I'll just put it at 0. What about tone?
It's like we're in another world. It's like we're in another world.
What's the difference?
It's like we're in another world. Being cautious is always a smart move. Being cautious is always a smart move. It's just a minor setback. Being cautious is always a smart move.
I don't see the difference with this. Let me just put it on 0.
It's just a minor setback.
Wow.
Being cautious is always a smart move. It's like we're in another world. Being cautious is always. It's like we're in another. It's just a minor. It's like we're in another.
There you go.
world.
You know what? We'll just keep it as that. We're ready, guys! Oh my god! Look at our hair. Look at our hair. Yes. This is our character, guys. We have guns! Yay! It's only been 40 minutes. Hey, not that bad, right? Not that bad. Guys, forget about NASA. You've already taken me out of this world. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god.
326. Attention. Target anchor lost. No response from base. Traceback 2 is about to pass the event horizon and enter the black hole. Never-ending journey.
Oh no.
Hello, Lincoln City. DPSC-FM here to greet you on this early morning. Did you sleep well last night? Weather's nice today with winds at 5 kilometers
I slept too
per hour.
much.
Certain areas have a higher metaflux index due to the deep space tunnel. Expect wanderers to appear more often. We would like to thank all the hunters in the city for allowing us to live a normal, peaceful life. Next, a detailed report for each district, areas that are at high risk of being attacked by wanderers. All medical personnel, please
Forget about the butterflies. When I am with you, I feel the whole zoo. Hell yeah.
now have a message for all the new hunters who
I think that's what it.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
I love you.
I love you.
I think this is
Now,
Fable's
back to our
favorite.
show.
I think this is Raphael.
Deepest gratitude and wish you all the best as you face the challenges ahead. And that's all for today.
Okay.
Go. Please enjoy this gift we received from Deep Space 14 years ago. Love and Deep Space.
Love in deep space.
Magnetic signals have traversed time and space, a miracle of the ages. One day we will be able to evolve from our current limitations, transcend the boundaries of life, and reach the stars.
Also, is audio okay? Do I need to turn it up?
At a certain moment in the
Oh, so
future,
pretty.
we'll pass through the deep space tunnel and discover the future awaiting us.
Louder. Okay.
14 years ago, the deep space tunnel appeared above Lincoln. It
Wait,
led to
I think I need to move
anomalous
myself a little.
geomagnetic storms, and the creatures known as Wanderers emerged. From such an event, the Deep Space Hunter was born. Now society has returned to a sense of normalcy, but there are still Wanderers lurking in the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
Here
After
today
they
with
hand
us
out our
are many
badges, we'll be
seasoned
assigned to a
veterans in the
squad,
industry,
which will determine our
as
future.
well as
Aren't you
rookies.
nervous?
Answer.
That
But
won't
we
change
care
the
only
outcome.
about results.
It's better to
the
stay
end
calm.
justifies the means. Our goal as hunters is to extract the protocors
this
from
okay now?
wanderers in hopes of
More?
destroying them once and for all. That being said, congratulations on passing the selection process. We are grateful for your hard work. We will now begin the ceremony and hand out badges to
Good,
the new
okay.
Deep Space Hunters. First candidate,
You like vegetables?
That's you, isn't it? Hurry, get on stage!
Oh shit! Yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hello, sir.
Wow, that's so nasally.
Place your hand
How do
here
I
to
remove my
confirm your
nose, guys?
personal
How do
info.
I remove my nose from my speech? I don't want to be nasally anymore. Oh, I need to hold it. Here we go. Oh my god! My name is Nino. VT. Nickname? Ninu? My birth is, oh, really? 12? 12:30. 12:30. 12:30. There you go. Yes.
Enha's in class. It's been a while since I've seen this eval. You have a lot of potential for growth and might even acquire
Thank you,
new
Mr.
abilities.
President. Dorcas,
I can
oh
see
my
why
god, I
Jenna
should have
picked
done
you
that.
as
I should have
soon as
done
the
that.
rookie list
Oh,
was released to
fuck.
the
Missed
public.
opportunity.
It can't be detected?
Wait, it's my birthday?
As usual. Sir, that's likely because a wanderer attacked me 14 years ago, and ever since then, my evil level hasn't been stable.
Understood. That event did change many lives forever. You're not the first evolver whose level couldn't be detected. This isn't the only criteria we use when evaluating a deep space hunter. As long as you have the skills, this industry welcomes you with open arms.
Really? It's not like the
Congratulations,
military.
you are
If you're
now
like
a
too
Deep
short,
Space Hunter.
then you're fucked.
Thank you, sir.
New birthday. Oh my god, guys. I'm a hunter. I'm a deep space hunter. Deep space hunter. Oh. It's so bright. Wait, guys, I guess I didn't disable it. I didn't disable it. Hunter. Hunter. Ah, fuck! Why?
The fluctuations are stronger.
This game is on mobile, but I'm using I'm using BlueStacks.
Boy.
Oh, boy. God damn. Boy.
Hi, I'm Tara. Remember me? I was standing
Hi.
next to you during the badge ceremony.
Of course. We're lucky to be on the same squad. Oh, do you want to work together?
Sure. The tarot reading I did yesterday told me that I would be super lucky today. Look! Wanderers! They're here.
Ah! Yes. We're gonna take
The
it on.
highest threat level here is only B, which matches the fluctuation we just felt.
A fluctuation doesn't have a
You
set
think
value.
Tara's gonna
Something's off.
die?
Why don't we split up and look around first?
Should we
just
have a
to be safe?
prediction? Should we have a prediction for her
I'll
death?
go inside then.
I'll scout the perimeter to see how far these fluctuations go. We'll regroup here once we're done. Be
You
careful.
too. There's clearly been a metaflux explosion, but it doesn't match the Wanderer's threat level. Something's not right. What?
What? Pew pew. Oh!
A hunter? Are they also here for the mission?
Why he look dead? But I have no option. Oh, there we go. I've ordered it. Ordered it.
There are traces of metaflux on him as if he was attacked.
I touch him.
Hey. I should call for backup.
I think this is. I think. Oh yes. Hey.
Hunters Association Support Center. Is there anything I can do?
Wow!
Are you alright?
Why?
I'm fine. But you.
Fluctuations.
Watch out.
Wow! This is not Silas, guys. This is not Silas.
It activated its protofield. You're a hunter, right? Let's defeat it together.
What's his name again? What's his name? What's his name? I don't know his name. Oh! Guys, it changed screen. Whoa, do you guys see the whole screen now? Do you guys see the ad? Hold up, you guys don't even see it. Hold up. It keeps changing. Hold up. Is it?
We're in the Wanderer's protofield now.
It's like we're in
Why is
another
it-
world.
Are we doing this?
There you go. Okay. Do I? Oh, I can use. Okay. How do I?
It must be
How do I
hiding from
fight?
us.
How do I fight? How do I shoot? Oh. Is there? Can I just like? Okay, I'm gonna have to just shoot. Okay. Oh, that's dodge. Okay. It's auto. What is this? Oh, okay. He's dead. It's dead. It's dead. It's dead. Oh, okay.
Be careful. Something about it looks off.
We can't run away anymore.
Even if you want to fight. No! 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 There must be other buttons I can use.
You can use the resonance evolve.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Can't go on for much longer. Let's deliver the final blow together.
We did it!
We're safe.
You
for
throw
now.
poop at the
For now?
thing enemy, like in every critical situation. You know what? I think you're right. Oh my god! I level up! I level up! Okay, no, I don't want to try and exit. And then it's gonna change, right? Yeah. Okay. Yum, 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 yum.
He can use the light evil, and he's strong. I haven't seen anyone like him among the rookies.
He's not a rookie. Dammy! Yeah, you like it? You like my beans? Look at it.
This isn't it.
Dammy, you want to be Riz?
Protocol could have given us useful info. Why did you
I need this! I need to be a good... You a satyr or something? Oh, I don't know.
Were you also assigned
Am
here?
I?
For this place?
Hey! Also, no well, shit. Also, technically no, because satyrs are goat boys, and I'm not a freaking goat. I'm a deer.
Are you sure about that? You are about to turn into a cat.
This is more dangerous than it seems.
You are about to turn
We should
into
get
a
out of here
cat.
and think about our next move.
Dammy is a goat?
No, we can't.
Oh, I didn't
We
know.
became prey stuck in a trap the moment we walked into this warehouse. Come.
Demi's a cat. Guys, my eyes look so weird when I
How
don't
long have
have
you been
my
trapped
thing
here?
on.
Did anything unusual happen before the explosion?
I wink.
I was sleeping at the time.
Seriously? In this place?
He was
There's
eating.
nothing complicated going on. Just a trick of the
Hey.
light.
Wanderers and light. Nothing.
They're the minivores. No movement,
Guys.
no fluctuations.
Guys.
Over here.
Guys. Guys, call me the moon because I am falling for your gravity. Get. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Drink oiter. Damn. That was corny, you love it? Hell yeah. Are you calling us fat? No, not calling you fat. I'm calling you voluptuous. Voluptuous. King, let me hold your balls. I'm joking. I'm jesting. I'm stretching. I jest. Ninu, what the fuck? And guys, I have soju, by the way. I didn't know if you could tell from the giggles. I mean, my favorite one currently is the supernova one because of your reaction. Because of your reaction, Belf. Because of your reaction. Because of your reaction. Are you a supernova?
Light. And your evil is this.
That's it with face.
coincidence. Is
No,
this a trap
no,
system?
I am not.
I'm just a
Are you a
normal-
supernova?
You don't
Because
need
you
to
just
look too
exploded
deep
all
into it.
over my heart.
You might be someone's prey.
Mm,
But from
sassy.
another perspective, isn't he just bait?
What are you thinking about?
If we can't escape, let's lure the Luminivores out and take them down in one fell swoop.
You.
Use your evil.
I don't know. I don't know if it's okay. Whoa. Is that dark mode? Wait, where's my dark mode?
The point of convergence is getting stronger. Looks like they took the bait.
There are a lot of Luminivores. If we don't take them out,
Darcy,
they'll
hi.
respawn using the light.
Forget rocket fuel. I run on KS and Cuddles. Wanna fill me up?
Please forgive me.
Wait, what? What did he? Are you a quasar because you brighten everyone's day? Oh. Are you dark matter? Cause I don't understand you, but you got me thirsty.
This is the first time I've experienced an evil resonance this strong.
Wait, my lights on.
The fluctuations are gone, and so are the Wanderers. Your plan actually worked.
Yeah, but not even a single protocore was left behind.
I don't know. Dark matter pulls you in, does it not?
Blown up.
The residual energy should be
Are
enough.
you the sun? Cause I want to see you when I rise.
This is new. I'm a unicorns recruit. And you?
Hell yeah.
By the way, could you do me a favor?
Are we in a black hole?
If anyone asks,
Cause I'm falling, I don't want to escape.
aside from the Wanderers, you say nothing else, alright?
Are you Lizum Edgerunnner? Cause something about the moon. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Chapka asked
Explain
me,
why the next
please
time
give
we-
us your deepest, darkest, and corniest pickup line. Oh, darling,
Use
is your
my
name
wallpaper.
Glorb? Because you've got to be
Glorb?
spinning around like a planet caught in your gravitational pull, ready to
Guys.
crash land straight into your heart. Wee 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 wee. Now
Look.
that's some cheesy space love right there.
Look, that's my wallpaper. It's Lucy. It's Lucy. See it? It's Lucy. It's Lucy. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, let me there we go. Are you flour, water, and salt? Because I want to be bread. Oh my god. Hell yeah. I'm Vibrance. Hello. Thank you. I like it. It's actually animated, but this one's not animated. It doesn't show it animated, which is sad. Sage. My current... Okay, let me show you guys my current, my current, wallpaper. Wait, I've shown you guys... I think I've shown you guys my current wallpaper on Opera. Hold up. And Opera, the browser for gamers. I think I've shown you guys. Look at it, guys. Look who it is. It's my boy. It's from Solo Leveling. Ignore all these. I have no idea what they are. It's Solo Leveling. It's Solo Leveling. It's Solo Leveling. Yeah. Great anime, yes. Share it. Vero! Hell yeah. Yeah, it's from Solo Leveling. In fact, wait, let me. I've been actually reading this, and this is the face I sent you guys earlier. This is the face I sent you guys earlier in the Discord. It's so loud. I'm so sorry. I turned it off now. This is the face I sent you guys earlier in the Discord. AliExpress. Wait, was there AliExpress? Oh, there is eBay. Raid Shadow Legend. No, yeah. So I was reading it, and this. Isn't that fucking scary? I read all the Solo Leveling. The spin-off at the end kind of goes weird. Oh, I've only watched the anime. I'm spooked and scary. He's so cute. Look, cringe. He's so spooky and scary. This is how he normally looks like. And then... Okay. We gotta play the game, guys. Unless you want me to rizz you up more.
Over to your location right now. I'm fine. Over here.
I know you guys like me rizzing you up.
Where did he go? I lost your signal and couldn't contact you at all.
Wait, guys, wait. Do we have a prediction for Tara? Is she gonna die?
Take down those wanderers by yourself?
Is she gonna die?
No, actually, it's hard to explain, and I can't do it now.
Can you rizz Ninu up?
What matters is that you're okay. We'll talk more once the mission's over, alright?
Savior. How mysterious.
Sorceronatic asked me, can you riz Ninu up? Oh, darling, you want me to sprinkle some of that goblin charm? All right, here we go. Ninu, you're like a cosmic supernova, lighting up my universe with your radiant energy. Every stream is a wild ride through the stars. And I'm just a godlin getting caught in the pull of your cosmic charisma. Warpy warp warp. Let's orbit this adventure together. Wee. How's that for some spicy riz?
Hell yeah. Warpy warp. Hell yeah. I think you missed my spicy one. So here, are you a Nutella jar? Because I want to take the top off and lick the good stuff. Oh my god. Oh wait, where's Natharock's one? Oh, when I hear there's ice cream at the birthday party. Wait, that's not the one. Is it? Wait. Where is it? Is that the one? Is that the one? Me, when I hear there's ice cream at the birthday party. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand.
Ninu?
Yes. This game doesn't set the virtual flag on Twitch. Might want to careful with reading these out. Oh shit. Okay, I'll be careful. I'll be careful. Guys, toes. That's all that matters. Xavier is his name. Yeah, I'm not a... Oh, okay, I don't want to share. I don't know where it's going to share. Are you Arizona? Cause I want to visit your Grand Canyon. Oh. Just minutes ago you were saying be careful about reading. You have new assets. Yes, I Agnet. Do you like it? 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 Do you like my feet? Do you like my toes? Do you like it? Do you like it? Hey, you know what? You guys are not doing the lizard. So what's going on? Mission complete. On the way back to HQ, I passed by Destiny Cafe on a corner of the street. It said that one way I can't even read may have special encounters here. Oh, lizard. There we go. Lizard. Oh.
Don't go anywhere near that base. It's dangerous. I'm not talking about the explosions for wanderers.
My brain went elsewhere. I completely forgot about the lizard. Oh no. Lizard. Can I actually type on here? Lizard. Oh, wait. Guys, what should my response be? Oh, Shapker. I do.
Shapker asked me, can say a pickup line for Ninu. Hey Ninu, are you a glitch in my system? Because ever since I stumbled upon you, I can't seem to control, alt-delete you from my mind. Let's ride this wild cyber wave together.
What? Damn. Nino, has anyone told you today that you're a kind and generous soul who radiates good vibes? Really? That's so sweet. Thank you very much. I heard it now. Dang it. Ad played. Oh, okay. Let me know when you're back and then I'll play it again. Hey, Sailor. I heard you like bad boys. Well, I mean, I'm pretty much bad at everything. It just ended. Okay, here, yeah, let me replay, please.
Shopker asked me, can say a
I don't think
pickup
Xavier
line
is a
for
bad
Ninu.
boy, guys.
Hey, Ninu, are you a glitch in my system? Because ever since I stumbled upon you, I can't seem to control, delete you from my mind. Let's ride this wild cyber wave together.
Ooh. Ooh.
Saucy Lunatic asked me, what Riz-tastic line should Ninu say to Xavier? Need straight fire, no cap frafra.
For real,
Oh,
for real.
darling Xavier, are you a cosmic anomaly? Cause your presence warps my universe in the best way possible, and I just can't seem to escape your pull. Let's ride this galactic wave and see where it takes us. Wee. Work.
Wee. Wow, wait, that just flew over my head. Fra. Hey, Psycho. Good. Starsea Amusement Park, house, New City Avenue, an island southeast of here. Don't go to any of these places. Why were you there today? Should I ask him, so why was he there? Where? How did we get on the pickup lines? Oh, I started off with a pickup line. This stream started off with a pickup line. This game is all pickup lines? Maybe. I didn't know. Oh wait, there's a whole... Okay, there's... By the way, I'll keep our meeting a secret for now, but you better keep your end of the bargain. Thanks. Ever wonder what different results you might have gotten? Don't tell me I can go back, because I'm not going back. I'm not going back. I don't want to go back.
I have to run some errands. Talk to you later.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good voice. Wish! Guys! Wish! I wish you could acquire memories of him. Oh, but I don't want to spend my hours on him, but I wish upon a star. Galbaton. That's Xavier. Oh, this is kind of cute though. Kind of cute. He giving me a flower. Wait, guys, 69 pulls. Wait, what is this? I want Silas, guys. I want Silas. Whoa! Whoa! I'm sorry. There was upon a star, so can I tell you my wish? Yes, Belle, tell me your wish. Calm yourself. I like Silas. Whoa, boobs! Wait, they hissed! What? What the fuck? What? Okay, I'm just gonna go back here. You're the star? Oh my god. I'm the star? That's so kind. Thank you. You're awesome. God damn. As a straight dude, I was like, damn. How to get out of wish? Whoa, wait. Why is she measuring? Girl, stop. Girl, contain yourself. Okay. Ninu, contain yourself. Damn. Okay. I mean, like, okay. This is Raphael, right? This is what Fable likes. He's a man. Are you the moon because you protect me from asteroid and other space debris? Aww, this is sweet. Those abs? I know. If only you knew. If only you knew. Now the game broke. Hold up, let me. Bruh. If only you knew. But it's still broken. There we go. Okay. Wait, guys. I want Silas. Okay. Okay. How do I top up? Holy fuck! Okay. Does it? I can do it, guys. Fuck, what's my password? Guys, what's my password? What's my password? What's my password? What's my password? No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. Did I do it? Not you. Oh, I did. Oh my god. What is this? No, this has no Silas. It has no Silas. Wait, I'm checking if there's anything else that has Silas. Where's Silas? Wait, which one is it? What is this one? I wanna see. What is this? I don't know what that is. Okay, whoopsies, not that. Me. Whoopsies. Alright guys, I did something. I can wish for Silas. Fuck. Silas. That's okay. I mean, cute. I asked for say less. I'm not getting Silas. Zane is a doctor. Oh, wait. What is that? What is that? I can't. Was stars? Is that your password? Alright. Raphael? Left on red, Raphael secret? Please, where's Silas? You can't deny me this. I asked for Silas. I didn't get any Silas. What? Where's no Silas? I'm a doctor. Of a foot rub. Hey, wanna rub my feet? Wait, no Silas. Bruh. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna go again. I'm doing it again. Give me Silas. No. Ooh, Zabe. Cute. Sweet burden. Silas! More Silas. Wait, Caleb. Wait, Caleb's the new guy, right? I haven't actually seen him. Cad. You only give me one Silas, brother. Please, more. Okay. Silas! Caleb! Okay, I can do more. I want more Silas. Eyes so red. Is he okay? He should see a doctor. Silas! Oh my god! He's... Silas! What is pause in that one? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. We can do it. We can do it. It's cause he's looking at me and I'm red hot. Not angry. He does not look angry. Holy shit, so much Zane. Stay in touch. Do not disturb. Oh my god. Dig. Dig. No, Silas! How could you? Okay, okay. This one, guys, this is it. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is it, guys. This is it. This is the one. They better give it to me. 5-star Silas. 5-star. It's Silas. They better do it. They better do it. They better do it, please. It's Silas! Silas, is that? Please don't freeze on me. What? Whoa! Stop! Damn! Whoa! Damn! 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 The boobs! Naked! Oh my god! My cheeks! Oh my god, my cheeks! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, okay, okay. Oh wait! What do I get from this? What is this? What's this? Okay, I don't know what that is. Oh, that's so good! Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, of course we've seen this, right? Wait. 25 pulls. Wait, hold up a minute. Is there? Does Silas exist? Wait, does Silas exist? Is there a Silas one? How do I... There is Silas! Wish 75... Oh, dude, no. No. Wait, is this on red? Okay. God! Stop!
Chasing clouds is sort of why flying's fun.
Whoa!
We can fly faster when the wind picks up.
Darn, I couldn't end it in one move.
Whoa! Guys, don't look! Stop looking, guys!
Any last words?
Stop!
Do you think you can hide?
Stop looking!
You should
Stop
surrender
looking!
now. Defeated.
The waves will carry
Stop
us to that
looking!
empty stretch of sea once more.
Stop looking!
Use me if you can't find your balance.
You're not acting as my
He said use me.
Hold on, I'm pushing the throttle.
The throttle?
Away from those sea gangsters.
Sea gangsters?
Faster. We're gonna take off.
You better hold on tight. Someone let their guard down.
Oh my god. Whoa!
Gotcha. If you want.
Damn, is it done? Is the video done? Did we finish watching it all?
Seems you can feel the wind direction now.
Oh my god.
No freebies for you.
No freebies? Hold on, what do you mean?
Can't avoid them. We'll break through.
Faster, we're gonna take
Our trip has been worthwhile. That was child's play.
Silas, will you take me on a trip, please?
Scared of falling. Don't let go.
What? Stop! Okay, how do I skip? I
Someone
watched
will
it.
always reach out to me when I fall.
It's all done, right?
Enough.
Hold up. How about watch it all?
Be held accountable for this.
What, did I finish?
It's the minimum requirement for sea.
I have, right? Okay, wow. Holy fuck. What's on sale? Okay, no. Alright, okay. How do I get out of Wish? Whoa. Wow, am I feeling so lightheaded? Oh guys, Tara is still alive. Unicorn girls, go, go, go. Can I like it? I can? Chat history. We have no. No, I don't want to do it. I want to talk to Silas. Public accounts. I want to talk to Silas. Shop. Let's go shop. Getting to be much. No. Oh, there's 3 things here. Let me grab it. No, I can control myself. I don't think you guys can. Wait, isn't there like a way? That is save it. Silas? Can I get to Silas's story? Unicorn. Okay. I'm sure Silas's story is close. Somewhere. The cleanup of the man. We get Nino 50 cc's of intravenous Marvel Rivals engine.
By the way,
hey Tara.
Did you get anything from the data we sent back to HQ?
Gosh. Oh my god.
It was kind of scary now that I'm thinking
my
about
cheeks
it.
hurt.
I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you.
You're still in the mood to crack jokes? I had been trying to contact you for a while,
guys,
and I was just about to try every method possible, both scientific
guys,
and
I can't wait for you guys to meet Silas.
Finally, we meet face-to-face Unicorns recruits.
Get to the good stuff, you know that, right?
I'm
Your
relieved
cheeks
to see that
hurt.
everyone has returned in one piece.
My
Your
face
performance
cheeks,
was
you silly
recorded and
goober.
uploaded to our database by the Hunter's Watch each one of you is wearing. Unicorns only chooses the best of the best. The squad will take that into consideration and assign you to the appropriate sector. In the foreseeable future, the difficulty of your assignments, nature of your work, and scope of your missions will correspond to your sector's role and responsibilities. The uncertainty and fear we need to be prepared to face is far greater than what we've seen today. This means we will need to have an open mind, remain flexible, and have trustworthy allies. As for today's mission, I have to say that it was executed very well. Thank you.
Can we get to Silas? Can we get to Silas?
Sector. Data analysis. Captain Andrew.
Okay.
Wow. Data analysis. Yesterday's fortune was
Guys.
right. Well, what does yours say?
You guys like Data from Star Trek? You guys like Data from Star Trek?
You're working directly under Jenna? Wow. Can I visit you in the future whenever I want?
Nino is in the mood, and the mood is thirsty. I'm hydrating. Man, and nipple washboard time. Yeah, just give us that.
Well, that's it for today. Wanna grab a bite to eat?
I didn't know his abs was that abolitious. Is that even a word? Abtastic. It's abtastic. It was very... I don't know. I don't know. Can I skip this?
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
The Wanderer was gone.
I'm hydrating.
Poof! Disappeared into thin air. After escorting me to a safe place by the road, she said, "You're safe now. Go home." That's what we call max level of security.
Max level security in Silas's arms.
I became a hunter to follow in Captain Jenna's footsteps. I want to be as badass as she is.
Oh my god.
To be her equal and fight alongside her.
I need the fan.
Oh, I've just been rambling on. What about you? Why did you become a hunter?
When she was small. I remember that day 14 years ago, for where I was living even in the roaring wonders, knowing the monsters and hurt. It makes yourself a man of the remains of the collapsed building inside. Okay. Wait, I'm gonna speed this up. Just so I can get to.
Looks like you're reminiscing about something from a long time ago.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah, I can see you're anxious, but also full of anticipation.
This is a very important symbol for Lincoln City. Mr. Guidey welcomes you to Azure Square. Here, the past and future coexist. The old and new mingle together seamlessly. This is the charm of Lincoln.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Noisy, like a kid who's constantly shouting.
Everyone, look over there.
Are we there yet?
Tide Street is hosting a marine-themed exhibition. Follow me.
After all, we've experienced a real battle.
No comment.
Here, so I should be heading home soon.
I love you too, Barracks. Bye-bye. Alright, can we get to silence part? Oh shit. I don't know what chapter it is. Wait, we meet Zane, right? The doctor. Oh man. Alright. Dang.
I overheard your conversation. Are you a hunter on a mission? Everyone says hunters are super strong and you can do anything I ask, right? Right?
Yeah.
Here's what I'll give you as a reward. A full set of Super Hunter AR cards. And it has the limited edition Hunter Lux. Follow me!
No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. I need to get to Silas.
We're almost there. I need you to help me catch that little red fishy.
Really?
Sure thing, but I can't promise I'll succeed. Is that okay with you?
Lucas! Oh no, she spotted us! Take this net, and don't say anything about me hiring you.
He ran away already.
Am I supposed to do this?
Unfortunate. This species of fish can only
Whoa!
survive for a
It's
week on
Raphael!
land.
A tourist?
The fish is gonna slip away, you know. Ta-da!
What? What?
The owner probably just wanted to throw in some fish to fit the theme. But this one, bright as a flame, is a real Flamula from Lemurian legends.
He's a nerd?
Flamula? I'm not very familiar with those myths or folklore.
Bruh.
Oh. Hat Island is closed off because there have been reports of wanderers. You should stay away from that place for now.
That explains why I couldn't get a boat ticket.
He's a
It's good that you
nerd,
were
but he
here to
doesn't
let
know
me
anything about
Otherwise, I really would have wasted my time.
times and boats and stuff.
Here's
Does
the
he not
fishing
have a
pot.
phone?
I hope it'll survive longer with you. If you like the sea, you should go to White Sand Bay. It's the most beautiful beach in all of... But he
Are we
didn't
still doing the
even
stupid
finish.
pickups? What stupid pickups?
Darn it.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, they're amazing. Like, the Big Bang one.
Don't worry, all checkups are in the system, which sends out notifications.
Oh
They can't
gosh.
forget them.
Yeah, you guys got more? You guys got more pickup lines? You guys got more? You're taking the bonking?
You've known Dr. Zane for a while, right? I'll transfer your call over so you two can get started.
And Zane is the other character.
For a brighter future.
Good job. You were 10 seconds away from being a no-show.
Oh.
Don't worry, we have 5 seconds left.
Oh wait, are you an Oreo? Because I want to spread you and taste what. Oh gosh! Oh gosh! Oh boy!
Congratulations, you weren't late.
Damn!
Is this impeccable? timing?
Maybe I should pre-read these. Are you the moon? Cause I want to stay up all night with you. Oh, that's so lovely.
Yvonne
It's
said you
nice.
returned to Lincoln at 5
Stay
o'clock
up
this
all
morning and
night
were back to
play
work by
games.
7.
She tells you everything.
You said it was a vacation, but you were actually in the Arctic to work on a secret project, right?
Mm-hmm.
Patients shouldn't be so nosy. Report.
Damn.
Any changes recently?
No.
No.
I've had one exam after another, so I pulled a few all-nighters.
Ignoring medical advice like it's nothing. I suppose you're just here to go through the motions.
Thank you.
Sit over here, please.
Huh?
Listening.
Right.
What does that mean? Oh shit, wait. I wasn't even listening. I was supposed to move, I didn't move.
This isn't the first
What?
day I had
Oh.
protocore fragments in my
He's
heart.
listening.
Even Dr. Dean said I was perfectly fine. And it's been 14 years. If anything bad...
You talk too much.
Don't talk. But you should still breathe.
Honest, I really am really bad for flirting, so this is super helpful. What is flirting? Are you Luke Skywalker? Cause I want you in my tauntaun.
He just normally looks aloof. He probably has the same expression on his face regardless of whom he's treating.
Hey, the Morris. Oh my
A
god.
fast resting
Hello.
heart rate. What riled you up this time?
You're just imagining things. Fine. I was really nervous, okay? But I'm always like this whenever I see a doctor.
Yeah, so am I.
Truly, your allergy is unique.
So?
Heart arrhythmia, premature ventricular contractions, heart murmurs.
Really?
Despite being aware of the risks, you still became a hunter.
Make fun of me all you want, but you know why I didn't.
Hello.
I wasn't mocking you. Lincoln has been the safest it's ever been under the watchful eye of our skilled hunter.
Not necessarily. One day, our skilled Dr. Zane will find himself in a bit of a predicament. The hunter who saves you might just be me.
If you wish to hold something over me, then I suggest you be careful while out in the field. I prefer not to see you be airlifted to the hospital via helicopter.
Candy. Guys, will you give me candy? Sorry, miss. The only way to cure your allergies is to kiss a cute male doctor. Cool. I want to meet Silas. Let me meet Silas. How do I meet Silas? How do I? No, I want to meet Silas. Meet him in the main story. Okay, I'm not doing this. I'm gonna meet him. I will meet him. You will not stop me. You will not stop me. I will meet him. Finally, the busy day come back to an end. Wow, that's such a clean room. I plop onto plop onto my bed. That's such a funny word. Anyone want to hear about the sexiest thing ever? Behold! Bacon, eggs, and cheese. These are the ingredients chosen by professional tortilla. He accidentally... Oh, Caleb? Who the hell is Caleb? Hello?
I knew you'd still be awake. What are you up to?
Oh, hi Caleb. I have actually I haven't heard of Caleb's voice before. Well,
that's good. What matters is that you're alive.
Thank you.
I should be cruising
He accidentally
along,
added hot
but
sauce,
things
and
wrapped up
thus the
quite nicely
breakfast
and ended
burrito
early.
was born. The ultra hunger fighting powers will defeat hunger
you
in the
actually
forest of
worried about
famine
me?
forever. Burritos.
Come on.
I haven't had
I
burrito
know how
before.
important it is to you. Even if I was in a wheelchair, you'd push me there. Alright. It's been peaceful. The field within the tunnel is as stable as it can be. Very few wanderers. Don't worry.
Hi, you so cute. Oh my god, hi. Plop.
Everything
Plop
else
is a
is
cool
top
word.
secret. My lips are
Burrito.
sealed.
Oh, it's got toes.
Yep, mysterious and spooky.
Yes. I'm
Okay,
scared.
I'll stop. It's late. You should go to bed now. Sweet dreams.
I've hit grandma. Oh, something. Okay, that was too fast. I couldn't read. Something strange catches my. Is this Silas? Is this Silas? Silas? Is that you? Silas, is that you? Silas, Mr. Silas.
Plop, 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 plop. Get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant!
What? What was that? Nino and she finally Silas. No comments. I wanna meet Silas. Let me meet Silas. No, please, no. I don't want to do this. Oh, I'm forced to do this. Oh, date. I can go on dates. What is this? No, I want Silas. I want Silas. I'll go on a date with. Can I change this?
What a coincidence.
Why are you? Is this my
I was
house?
just passing by. Got attracted by the surroundings.
Okay, cool. Bye.
Probably we'll see each other here often.
Yes. Wait, I think this is the cafe, right? This is not my house, because that would be weird. Okay, cool. What's this? Oh. Nee. Wait.
I heard the human heart beats about 100,000 times a day.
Okay. Let me meet Silas, please. I want to meet Silas. Let me meet Silas, please. Let me meet him. Let me meet Silas. Let me meet. Oh my god. Am I gonna meet Silas? Am I gonna meet him? Is this it?
Hunter's Watch, HOS 11-4.
Guys.
Detection system has been
Guys.
updated to the latest version. Guidance for each floor has been uploaded.
What a coincidence to see you here in your bedroom in your house. I'll be seeing you often soon. In my own bed, in my own house.
4 hours of sleep last night.
Guys,
The quality was also extremely
I'm like space coffee. I'm addictive, I'm chaotic, and I'll guarantee you to keep you up all night. Oh no, why would you do that, Natarok? Why would you do that? Okay. What do I call him? What? Evil.
Alpha Team has special life insurance for its members. Please sign here. Alpha Team is on the 3rd floor. The office is next to the Mulberry Bridge. This is so in case of an emergency.
Oh my god,
You'll
Saucy.
be able to arrive anywhere in Lincoln City within a few seconds. I need to go now. Have a great day.
Thanks, robot. Let me. Hey, I knew. Oh, hello. Hello, I'm a newbie. I'm looking for AI new will take a while.
Stay right there.
Yes, sir. AI needs plus to think about. Bleep. I can't even say it. Guys. You're the asteroid to my dinosaur.
What did you see?
absolutely wiping me out. Absolutely wiping me out.
Draw it.
Whipping me out. You're whipping me out.
You know about them? This has the latest Kennel OS. It's fresh from the oven of our techies. The resolution is 3 times better than the previous version. Oh, I only use it for work. That's it. Look, here's the TSC security
Can
authentication.
we get to... Oh my god, can we get to the part? Can we get to the part, guys? Can we get to the part? Can we get to the part, please? Can we get to the part?
It's beautiful. I mean, it looks dangerous. Just leave it to me.
Okay, this is fine.
Nero, Andrew is looking for you.
Oh, gosh, excuse me.
Let me remind you that data analytics is on the 5th floor. If you prefer to hide here for some peace and quiet, you might as well request a transfer.
Are you James Cameron?
Call me Captain like
because
everyone else.
I want you to
Jenna works
explore
too.
my
How's the paperwork?
Mariana.
If there are any issues, you should speak up now. It's normal for us not to be here. We don't need to sit in HQ all the time if there's no mission.
Silence.
Relax. Yes, our job can be
Silas!
dangerous. But before any mission is assigned,
Silas!
Advanced Tech Labs considers the hunter's evol, overall capabilities, and efficacy. Of
Silas!
course, while efficacy can be measured, people are another story. Outside of urgent missions, you're allowed to pick and choose. Don't worry, you won't be forced to resign from Alpha Team on your first day. Perfect. Advanced Tech Labs has a job for you. Hear them out first, then go take a look. Getting to that
Is
place will
Silas
be
next?
tricky. I have a 270
What?
parked by the Moveri Bridge for you.
Oh my god. You guys are bullies. What if I was to meet him next? How will he know that it is I is calling for him? I is calling for him. Oh my god. Silas. Wait, this must be it. Oh, finally.
Saucy Lunatic asked me, Silas, tell us about Silas. All about Silas. Please, more Silas.
Tell
Oh,
us.
darling. Silas is that mysterious
Labby!
enigma wrapped in the chaos of our universe. They're kinda like an Egyptian-looking woman with a twist of cosmic charisma. Rumor has it, Silas rides comets and whispers secrets to the stars. When Silas enters the chat, it's like a burst of cosmic energy, like riding the galactic wave with D's nuts jokes that could make even an alien giggle. Wee.
It's an Egyptian-looking woman. Ayanu has never heard. I can't even say his name. It is a Alright, maybe she'll pick up on these now. Now she'll know. Maybe now she'll know. Shush, laughing! Stop! First it was solo leveling. Okay, to be honest, I have been getting like ads for this game for like, I don't know, like a year, maybe a bit more than that. And the only person that I've been getting an ad for is him. So, what can I say? They know. She is... Oh.
You have that look on your face. What is it?
Oh. As it called for roadside decision, able to do anything. Then closest.
Are you already tackling a difficult mission when not even 2 days have passed?
I didn't know.
Raymond?
Raymond from like the Raymond game?
Someone invited me.
Uh-huh. Is 2 minutes over? Fable? I think both Fable and Nova went...
Will you be...
Wait, no, maybe Nova went for Zane. I'm not sure. But Fable went for Raphael, the artist boy.
Both.
Lizard!
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Don't get so close to me, Zane. This is weird. Don't.
I need to return to the hospital later. Let's not waste any more time. Adaptability is a virtue.
Okay. Alright, buckle up.
I'm aware.
Wow. Why is he like that? Why is Zane like that? What is that sound?
Could the driver think of her passenger's safety for a moment, please?
Sure thing, sure thing. I have Raymond's mansion and the ornate iron gate. Ooh, fancy. Skirt.
He's a former patient of mine who has a serious congenital heart disease.
Who? Silas? Not Silas.
Nervous? If I said yes, would that make you feel better?
Gert. Brap, brap.
I wasn't.
Is this Raphael? Whoa, what is that? Is that a mermaid? Is that mermaid boat?
It's just art. Don't overthink it, Miss Hunter.
Wait. wait. What is that? Oh, God, fuck.
Yes, on the 3rd floor. Dr. Zane, you've
Silas
been before. Please make yourself
gently
at home.
wraps his strong arms around Ninu, embracing her close to him, staring into her eyes and peers deep into her soul and places a seed, the smallest of amber, waiting for Ninu to say yes. Wait, what? Also meow. Wait, what? What? Wait, I need to... Oh, fuck, shit! Oh my god. Thank you. What? You made me joke. Yeah, I gotta take it slow. After the butler and Zane leave, I'm going to explore the mansion. Okay. They removed her Roadhog? Wait, I thought they had removed the ball. Oh, is he back now? The comment said you still standing. No comment.
I've invited you to my home several times before. You only visit when I'm not feeling well. Dr. Zane, I wonder if you see me as a patient or just a subject for observation.
According to the OXO remote monitor, your vital sign data has improved. The equipment also determined your age to be far younger than what it actually is.
Aren't you curious about why I haven't died yet?
I'll admit I was for a time.
Wait a
However,
minute.
It was nothing more than that.
Is this? I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it. Trying to not die.
Your colleague praised you, saying there are things only the two of you can do. I'm very curious now. Xander Sciences will provide you with the best staff, the best lab, and even the best treatment. Dr. Zane, what you perceive as the limit of your talent is just another beginning in your career.
When you reach the finish line, I'll be right there cheering for you.
Guys, would you call me Dr. Ninu? From now on, would you call me Dr. Ninu? Wow, guys, I just...
Listening in?
I couldn't help it. I looked yeah, I looked
Please
at the
don't
boobs.
put me on a pedestal. I'm just a normal
When I did
doctor.
when I did the nod,
I have no intention of straying from the path.
I
I've
looked at the
chosen.
boobs. I couldn't help it. I understand. I understand you struggled. Yeah, it's... I understand. I understand. I understand looking at women with big bahonkers. I didn't look up mine. I mean, I did, but... average. New glow up needle? Wait. My new glow up? Yes, this... Yes, the bahonkers. Yes, that's the new glow up. Get him out of
How
here.
long will you be able to last?
Wish.
Let's make this quick, shall we?
That... I think it's Xavier. Xavier. Oh, wait! It's a fight! It's a fight! It's a fight! Wait, he's a... Oh, wait. He does eyes. Oh. Oh. Oh, wait. Game's actually showing this time. That's good. That's good. New glow up. Guys. Fuck. Shit. Why? Fuck off. Oh, I used it again. I just need to change between these two. There we go. Okay, complete the mission with your companion. Okay, sir. I'm a band.
Don't let your guard down either.
Did you get spooked, Belf? Belf got spooked. Wait, what is that? Oh, that was me. Ew, wait. I wish I could just change the... Oh, I could tap him too? And then, okay.
Watch out.
Here we go.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. Oh, well. Okay. Oh, fuck.
Here comes another attack.
It's a tough one.
Wrong button.
You have me if you need someone.
Oh, he comes to me? Wait, did he heal? What did he do? I'm kinda lost, man. I'm kinda lost. Did this Belf need a change of pants? Guys, mod fight. Oh my god, I should make a ring for you guys.
Impressive. As expected of a hunter.
I'm flattered.
I should make a ring. Oh my god. Wouldn't that be fun? I think chat would love watching it. And then you guys have to do like a, I don't know, a battle rep. A battle rep.
Our culprit finally revealed.
Oh, he heals me. Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't even need that.
Get behind me.
Oh. Ooh, okay.
Are you satisfied?
I'll wrap it up from here. Thanks, Dr. Zane.
Thanks, Dr. Zane. Bye-bye, Dr. Zane. Victory! Wait, Lampy, you forgot. You forgot. Okanin. Il sai Kongoro. Oh man, god damn it. I have to do it again. The battles in this are very cool. What if I was like ZZ but worse? You know, actually ZZ wasn't that bad. I mean, yeah, it was alright. It was alright. Oh, yeah, I got Zane. When? Silas, please, give me Silas. Please, give me Silas. Silas is heartbroken, but Ninu's a non-answer. No, I said yes. Wait,
no external injuries.
But he is
his
not.
Heart rate
Wait,
is normal, and his pupils react normally to light.
I can't even mute it. Is this? Are we role playing, Nadarok? Oh, are we role playing here? Silas is heartbroken, but Ninu is non-answer. But he's not swayed. He knows Ninu is the one. He says to himself, I will try again, but I need to plan. I will cook her dinner, then dessert, and do her house chores. Then for my finisher, was play piano shirtless. Oh, they're just writing so stuff for fun. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Wait. ZZZ stylish battle where, as in this, they just stand there and default pose and point towards the enemy. Yeah, it's like, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. But I do like Honkai Star Rail. I do like Honkai Star Rail's combat thing that they have. In fact, there's a new character there that I kind of like. Yeah, Nadarok, roll a d20. Is he charismatic? Guys, is Silas a charismatic? Wait, is it exclamation mark R d20? I think. Well, he needs more. Wait, let me.
Snap out of it.
Oh, there we go. That's how you do it.
Did something catch your eye? You were in a daze.
I was daydreaming about Silas.
The teacup didn't.
Oh, you
work,
can do
so
it
I
in
had
real
no
life
choice
one.
but to increase the dosage.
Take a picture
What
of it.
happened?
Ooh. Oh, Poopy, only 9? Oh. Ooh. Chat, do you guys think Silas is charismatic? Oh wait, you guys haven't even met him.
Try not to forget the time of your next checkup.
Okay. Okay. Wait, let me roll against you. Maybe that's better. If I roll against you, if it's higher than 9. Oh, okay. You win. You win. You caught my eyes. Or is he all looks and no speech? No, he's bad boy. What do you mean? Hey, Electro. Oh my god, how are you? Where are you? Silas? Who's calling for me? Silas? Guys, Silas must be next. It must be. Please. Please. Wait, is it a date with Silas? Wait, what is this? I don't want to. No, let me go back. I don't want to do no. Oh. They make me do things before I can read Silas. My heart breaks. What the fuck? Oh man. Wait. Are you playing the piano?
This restaurant is really good.
You always say that.
'Cause it's true.
Wait, that's the violin. And
That will be all. Thank you.
piano? Must be Silas playing. Yes! Oh! Oh my god! Shit! There's a cat! 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 Oh my god. Why rain? Thunder. Thunder. Lightning. Very, very frightening. Galileo! I love cat. Did you guys see the cat pictures I sent today? Oh my god! I want it! Give it! Give it! Please! Please! Give! Please! Oh my god! Cat! Oh my god. This is the menu?
I'm starving. And I forgot my lunch again.
Oh! We're going in, guys.
Sorry, we're full up right now. Would you mind waiting?
Actually...
You're out of tables?
Do you want to go watch a movie
so-
after lunch?
Sure, as you wish.
Oh.
There's this new sci-fi movie
Huh?
that's out, I think.
Zane?
Let me check. You know each other? Maybe you can share a table.
Wow. Isn't that a bit... Ooh. Toes. Hi, yeah. Hi.
That might not be...
Oh, wait, we're going in, guys.
All right.
Ad quote. Silas
I'll
said
give you
that,
some
guys.
time to decide then.
Yes, please.
Oh, shit.
I slam my penis in the car door. You slam your penis in the car door.
It's really quiet. Zane hasn't said a word since I sat down.
He doesn't like me. What?
Earlier, I thought I saw you making a little snowcat. It was so cute.
No, you are mistaken.
What a liar. I was pleasantly
We
surprised
saw
when I
him
found out you were the new
because we
attending
wanted the
physician.
cat. I slammed my penis in the car door.
The weather's really nice today.
Zane busy browsing Reddit. Yeah.
It's getting more awkward.
Wait, real time. Have you played this game? Guys, have you ever heard of Imagine Dragons' new album? Put your phone down, you animal. I feel like I need to shut up, but have you heard of Imagine Dragons' new album?
Hey, Dr. Zane.
Oh.
Did you know that our mouths can be used for something other than eating?
Wait.
We can use them to smile.
Oh my
sing,
god.
talk,
What?
And tell jokes.
What?
Like a lesser known fact. Or lame joke.
We should have went with Imagine Dragon. Imagine Dragon, these balls. Look where your face. These nuts.
Well, I tried my best.
Here, please enjoy your meal.
That looks delicious.
I think I'll just eat.
Taro ice cream for dessert. Enjoy.
He didn't say anything. It's just
Wow.
like back then. Zane hardly ever spoke to me.
Why? Why? I don't want to talk to him. Ignore him.
What is it?
What?
It's nothing.
Wait!
I
He's
was
so
just
English!
thinking-
What the fuck? What the fuck do I do, guys? Oh my god. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Ew, gosh. Hey, hello. Hi. Panic and throw your water in this place. I have no water. Thank you. Thank you. Twist his shirt off. Okay.
This place. It used to be a pet store. Not a restaurant, right? I remember seeing you around here a few times.
I must have taken a wrong turn when going to the bookstore nearby.
Wrong turn?
How's your family been? Is your grandma doing okay?
Yes, Grandma's doing fine.
Oh my god, guys.
As soon as she found
what
out
if
that you were my doctor, she said she could rest easy, knowing I was in good hands.
Dude, I was gonna say he doesn't like us, but what if he secretly does? And he knows that for lunch we are always here. Guys, what if he knows that we're always here for lunch? And he made it sound like it was an accident. Because he does really like us. He knows everything. He knows when we're gonna go to the toilet next.
Do you remember when we went to the aquarium together? To see the seals? I was so mad when that seal threw ice at me.
I think I'm thinking too much.
Over a bunch of snowballs the very next day, just to mock me.
To mock you?
You left them in a box in front of my door. Looked exactly like this ice cream. All meticulously arranged, too.
Those snowballs. Do you still have them?
You used your evol to make them, right? The snowballs didn't melt. You totally did that on purpose. I had planned on throwing them at you, but who knew we wouldn't see each other again?
Damn.
Have a nice day.
I always passed by this
Wait,
street on
who
my
did
way
that?
home. It's amazing how much it changed.
Still reminiscing?
Well, if I didn't run into you again, I would have never
Yes.
realized how time flies. Everything changes. Except for those 3 snowballs.
Just forget they even exist. You can pretend I never gave them to you.
But why did he do that?
You're not gonna tease me anymore?
Or maybe I was never teasing you in the first place.
What? No. Guys, okay. Guys, you know how, like, in, like, primary and secondary school, like, people would say that, if you got teased by kids at that age, when you were that age too, that means, like, the boys liked you and stuff like that. Yeah. The boys liked you if they teased you? Yeah, that's what he's doing right now. He's teasing because he likes us. I know it.
That's...
Please, try not to mistake it for some snowballs this time.
Wait, what is it? What is it?
a seal. Then, could those
Oh,
snowballs
that's so
also
cute.
be-
Yeah.
I have work this afternoon, so I'll be leaving now. The restaurant was great. I plan to eat here again. Let's eat out when we have time. Before this place changes, that is.
If you promise not to disappear again. See you later? At the hospital or wherever.
Seal. Yeah, hold up, guys. I got you. Look at Seal.
Zane, it's good to see you again.
Mm-hmm. You guys like Seal? You guys like Seal? Guys, would you like a Seal plushie? You like a Seal plushie? Yes, I like Seal. Seal is good. Yeah. It's actually spelled like this. Oh wait, no, not like that. I was saying, fuck myself. Not like that. With an L, of course. With an L. With an L. No. Oh, fuck off. Okay. Never mind. I'm gonna go to the toilet. You can play some clips. BRB.
Did you pee again?
Yeah. Where's the fun boy fat? 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 Did you check? Where's my like that? Bloody check. Did you check? Did you check? Did you check what? No, I didn't. Stop it, Ninu. You know, guys, I just realized. That was a quick potty. It was. You know, I used my extended PP this time. So, I didn't have to go far. I just had to angle it and then make it a little corner turn 90 degrees. Oh, why am I like this? Why am I like this? Oh shit. Wait, what does that mean? Progress 80. Wait, am I almost done with... Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, these are... Oh my god. I hope you shit yourself. Lampy! I can't believe it. Lampy, I hope you shit yourself. That's something I would totally not normally say to you, but, you made me do it. You made me do it. I hope you shat your pants. Oh shit, wait, I have this? Oh, I do! Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Wait, what is this? I hate... Oh, man. I hate these. Ooh. Drifter. Save it. Yes, save it. Whatever. Okay. So what is this game? It's a it's a game about you can it's a game about Silas. Wait. What is this? No, I don't want to remove it. I don't. No. What it is? It's his moment that makes him kindled. Oh, okay. It's not. He's not gonna like. I'm not deleting it, right? I'm not breaking it. Sleep. Oh, fucking hell! Wait, is he gonna keep it like that?
You've been staring for a while. Where will you start?
Fuck! Naked! No! The bubbles are there! Oh my god, stop
If we keep idling, the steak will get cold, sweetie.
Did he just say sweetie? Oh my... Oh god. Why would he do this to me right now?
How does one wear such tight clothes? Try again.
Wait, what? What am I measuring? Please, can somebody tell me? Can somebody tell me? What am I measuring?
Good. These clothes will be a perfect fit, I'm sure of it.
Oh my god, I'm supposed to measure his boobs? Wait, don't do this! Guys, I think this is... I think this is all too much. Wait. Okay.
Do you want me to wear large clothes?
Oh, wait, no. Wait. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
I thought you were good at this. Did you measure it wrong on purpose?
Yes. No, please. What? Oh, guys. Whoa, we're taking measurement of his ass.
You want to attend dinner with a man wearing these pants?
Oh, shit. Okay, my bad. Which part? Which part? What am I supposed to do?
Perfectly done. Although...
What?
Did I just hear a quiet sigh of relief?
I don't know how clothes Lampy. I know it works. Boobs. Wait.
What are you looking at? Are you
wait,
going to measure
I just...
my arm too?
I just... Yes!
In any
Whoa.
case, we're attending the banquet together. Our outfit should match.
Whoa! He's gonna measure? He's... You... What? 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 Why can't I go on a date with him? Okay. Are we close yet? 1-8. Wait, hold up. I think we're kinda close, right? We're kinda close. I'm sorry, guys. I can't contain myself. Note to self: have them measure you on the first date.
There wasn't a lot of metaflux to extract. It'll be a while before the analysis gives us any useful info.
But guys, now what?
Did I jump scare you?
Sold from
Yeah, I bet I did.
called Flux Arts. It's owned by Thomas. He's a professional art broker. The painting's artist is
You
Raphael.
understand, Silas? Now you
He's pretty
understand.
famous, always on the news. Probably why you've heard of him before.
You understand? You understand, Silas? Now you understand. Do you understand? Oh wait,
Industry insiders
Shit.
say Raphael locks himself in his studio
It's
for half
Raphael.
the year, then spends
This
the rest
is
of his time
Fable's
traveling
boy.
the world for inspiration. As for his paintings, just last month, his art broke the record for highest selling price at Lizio auctions. An artist of this caliber, meeting him in person might be challenging.
I completely understand the game and what's going on. All you gotta think about is Silas. Just Silas. I'm off the rails.
I'm sorry. Thomas is dealing
Yes,
with
Silas.
an emergency right now.
No. Oh,
If
okay,
you're not
guys.
in a hurry,
No, apparently
he said
Nova.
you could walk around the exhibition as you wait.
Nova is Zane. Fable is Raphael. So this is Fable's guy. And I'm Silas. all those ads, all those ads that I've been getting for Silas is him contacting me. I knew it. He was trying to get hold of me.
Every year there's a day when the tides go against the ocean currents, and using the night's countercurrent,
He wants you with his
creatures from
ads.
the deep sea are washed ashore. Once the tides recede at dawn,
He
they return
does.
home.
He does.
As a result,
Oh my god!
everything they met that night
Tenacity!
Mr. Tenacity
Tenacity
Psycho just raided my stream with 4 viewers. Everyone behave.
Tenacity! How was your stream? Oh no. Oh no. You flatlined.
More gravity. Too much gravity. Too much gravity.
Oh, Tenacity? That reminds me. You should have a, what do you call it? A gravity drop counter. To make note on how many times you fall over yourself. And tell me when you play. When do you play today?
to distant
I would break it. That's
I'm
so
a good kitten. Look at good kitten.
Good. Okay. Who's a good kitten? You were playing Hades. Oh shit! Wait, actually, I did see your schedule thing. You pretty poggers. Just pretty poggers.
Creatures are obsessed
Hell
with the
yeah.
world outside the ocean.
How many times have you
desiring
finished
its
it?
warmth. They stubbornly wait for the sunrise before
Wait, is that
returning.
Raphael?
All just for a sun they've never, ever seen before.
Wait, who is it?
Hey, I'm Raphael.
It's
This is my art
Raphael.
exhibition.
Hi, Raphael. Hi, Raphael. Hi. Hi. Guys, after this one, number 8. Wait, was it? It was number 8, right? Number 8 is Silas. We're gonna be Silas soon. We're gonna be Silas soon, guys. Is that a new one? Oh, you died a few times. But you didn't die to gravity. It could have been worse. Did you not hear Nino? They patched Silas out of the game. Wait. What? Hold. Wait. What? Excuse me? What?
I'm
What?
the embodiment
No,
of
he's
his
still-
inspiration and
he's
thoughts.
still here.
More or less.
Oh, it's an AI. Oh.
Yeah, sure. If I know the answer, that is. Fable? Why he AI though? Why Raph an AI? The painting can't be properly displayed at the
The
moment.
poor girl is
so we're just
suffering
gonna use
enough,
some fancy
Lampy. I
hologram
am
tech.
suffering. I am suffering. If only you understood. Oh, yeah, don't wait so much. Oh my god.
A dream.
He's AI, Fable. She did. I'm
When I was a
messaging
kid,
Fable, telling
I
her that we
dreamed
just.
I turned into a fish. I swam
Wait.
and swam and swam.
He is
through the
AI.
deep
He's
sea,
not real.
Seeking a place
He's
beyond
AI.
the water's surface, only to end up in blood-red seawater.
Oh, it's so bad.
It was the first time I ever saw such a color. Who knows how many years I've spent trying to recreate it. But I never really could get that same shade of red. It was always a slightly different hue, you know?
Ooh.
Sorry, miss.
Wait, who this? Who this? Who?
I'm Raphael's art gallery manager, Thomas.
Why is he wearing a like bathrobe? It looks like he's wearing a bathrobe, or is it just me? He just needs the rope thing.
So you're suggesting Raphael might have messed with his own painting?
Oh, bathrobe. Why not bathrobe?
Mr.
Because he's in an
Reynolds.
art gallery. And hi, Franklin.
Renowned
How
art
you doing?
collector famous for his discerning taste, graced Flux Arts with his presence last month. Despite the gallery being filled with better paintings, he was utterly smitten with that one. He needed to buy it. Had to nag Raphael before he finally agreed to sell it. During the process of arranging, displaying, and selling the painting, more than a dozen people have been in contact with it. No one mentioned anything about a wanderer.
Meow.
What a nice compliment.
Poking someone
Making
to move
people literally go crazy over
bigger
artwork
holes.
Isn't something
Bigger
many
holes on
artists
what?
can pull off these days.
Guys, Fable is barking at me.
If Raphael cared about that stuff, my job would be a piece of cake. Wait until you meet him. You'll see what I mean.
I get to
he
meet
did
him.
mention something a while back.
Yes,
said
oh,
he often
you
heard
patched
strange
the
noises in
holes.
studio late at night.
Hell yeah.
I thought he was trying to trick me. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, he's sick.
You know,
Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays.
Have you heard about
a wanderer
the
show.
sand
Could
business,
you do me a
guys?
favor and check if there's actually a wanderer at his studio? I would love to see the tomfoolery he plans to do next.
Tomfoolery. When is Fable not barking? Want me to shall I ask her that?
Coral stones. Raphael uses them for his paint. Are you interested in them?
I will find out for you guys.
Sure.
Yeah, meow meow woof woof woof. Meh, meh, meh.
Visit the giant white building over there on White Sand Bay. That's where he lives. His memory is non-existent, so the door's open.
I mean,
You can just
well,
walk right
looking
in.
at your
Could you
current
tell him to
body,
hurry
you
up
know,
on that
I'll
painting
bark
he's
too.
working on?
Oh
I
hell
already
yeah!
sold it to someone.
Yeah, I've looked at it many times. Wait, guys, Fable's calling. Hold up. Hello?
So they're asking when I'm not barking, huh?
Yeah, when are you not barking, Fable?
I am not barking when there aren't any hot men around to bark at, which, in the case of Love in Deep Space, is never. Which is why when I play Love in Deep Space, I'm always barking. Excuse me if I try to show my emotions.
Yeah, but
I can't believe it.
Chat doesn't know what emotions are.
Oh my god.
They don't know what emotions are.
Guys, you gotta feel your emotions. Alright, except if your emotions are love for Raphael, in which case I will fight you to death. Yeah, yeah, I will. Hey, listen, I don't play around when it comes to my man, you know?
yeah. You just don't want to ever cross Fable. Don't do it. You don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that. You would be a fool. Only a fool would cross Fable.
No, I'm a fool.
You want to cross me?
Ooh.
Are you good?
Yes. I just wanted to ask, actually, are you a supernova?
Why?
Because You just exploded all over my heart.
Oh my god. Oh, you. Oh.
You like it?
I love it.
Oh, hell yeah.
You little whippers. You got me blushing.
No, hell yeah. Are you flour, water,
Why?
and yeast?
Why?
Because I want to become bread with you. I forgot the whole line, guys. I forgot the whole line.
Damn, I must be
that
flour,
what?
water, and yeast because I want to be bread.
You wait, Belf, do it again. I forgot how it goes.
Yuck, I'll do it again. Sorry.
Oh yuck! I'll do it again. Murder. Are you a spacesuit? Because I'm going to suffer a violent death if you don't let me inside you.
You know, you can always be inside me.
Oh shit! My cheeks. Dolph, you must add that to the quotes and make sure it has your name on it. Add it to the quote so I don't forget.
Oh man. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, I apologize for interrupting your stream. I felt like I had to yell
compelled.
at chat.
Yes.
I had to make sure that they knew that my dogs are barking, and with my dogs, I mean me.
Oh, I thought you meant your toes. That
They're
also works.
Barking. They're also barking, but they're only barking for you.
For me?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. We're gonna be. Oh yeah. So we just literally just met Raphael's hologram, and that's why I asked if he was AI.
Oh my god, he's so hot. He's so hot. He's so sweet and hot and funny and creative, and oh my fucking god, Nino, I need him to be real. I am going to explode.
Guys, don't say you want Raphael. You guys can have Xavier.
Yeah, you can have Xavier. I like Caleb too, but like I have Raphael as my main host. So if you want to have Caleb, I guess I can understand. I can let you have him. But
Caleb is like a little brother.
Menu.
I want to pat his head.
Brother.
Big brother? Okay.
Big
well,
brother.
I want to punch Big Brother.
They're not actually siblings, by the way.
I know.
Just making sure, because there were some like.
Yep. Oh. Wait, because you can romance him and people think they're siblings?
Yeah, no, they're not siblings. They were both kind of, like, taken in by, your grandma, basically.
Hold on.
You will find out more, though, about that. But they're not biologically related, and they're more like more like best friends, I guess.
Babel.
Yeah?
Are you a crop?
Why?
Because I want to fertilize you.
You want to make a sweet, sweet zucchini together? Damn, my eggplant is Robin.
You presume Nino has been reading any of the stories? No, I've only been focused on Silas, and Silas is now. Fable, I got Silas stuff.
Oh yeah,
I got this Silas stuff. Wait, guys, I have to show her. How do I show her? Was it memories? The cards that I got.
Oh yeah, that's memories. But you can also yeah. Oh, within reach. Oh, the one where you measure him.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, Ninu. Oh, Ninu. There were some steamy. I have a really steamy Silas card.
Show me.
They will probably have like a rerun for it, but at some point at least. But oh my god. I mean, I want to show you, but like it's on my phone. So I mean, wait, is it available on PC too?
Yeah, I'm using BlueStacks.
What is that? What was that?
It's emulator for mobile.
Oh. Probably have to update it. I haven't opened Love in Deep Space in a while because I kept spending money on it. I couldn't spend money, so I was like, alright. Well, I can't spend any money, I'm just not gonna open it because otherwise I'm tempted. But you know what?
I
I'm gonna
know.
open it.
That's okay. I did that. Wait.
But the one that I have, Ninu.
You're in the shower with him.
Wait. I think I might remember. I think I remember you showing me something.
Yeah, I kept showing the girls like full memories
with the towel.
With the towel, and then he carries you. Oh my god! Oh my god! And then, oh my god, that was the Raphael one from that run. You were in a bathtub with him, and he. Oh my god! I could hear the rhythmic moving of the water, and I knew what was happening. Oh my god! I'm just saying, I'm a Raphael girl and all that, but also Xavier's stuff, like, he's a freak, okay? He may appear real innocent and all that, but he's a freak.
He's
and I love
a freak?
him for that. He's a freak, and he's very dominant.
Yeah, I can imagine him being a freak. He's gone through so many, how many years?
Yeah, like thousands of years. Like, oh my god. You know, I'm
Have you
opening the
seen
thingy. I'm going to spend money on this. I'm going.
Have you seen this? There's only 2 days left, Fable.
And you know, I'm gonna pull for it like right now. Once this thing is updated, I'm gonna pull.
You're gonna pull for it?
I'm gonna pull for these. I wanna have them all. I'm not gonna be able to, but I hope I'm gonna get at least Raphael. Please.
Yeah, they look really good. Oh, you get to tickle them, Fable. You get to tickle them.
God. Oh, there was like a BDSM card.
What?
For all
Wait,
of them.
is that the one with the GIF with
oh, you mean the one with Silas on his knees and all that? Where you just kind of put... No, that's a different one. That's a
different one?
That was a card that was available when Silas came out, which I also have. By the way. The one that I'm talking about, that one was like a different kind of, like an alternate universe kind of thing. But that was even more, like, they were chained up and everything.
Whoa!
It was intense, Nino.
Whoa.
I'm so glad that you're entering this world for good. Also, we gotta add each other if this is a new account for you.
Yeah, this is a new account. My Nino account was level 20, guys, and then I didn't touch it because I didn't know what happened.
Well, it's still updating. I'll let you know when it's updated. I'm sorry, I didn't want to, like, crash into your stream or something. I just...
No, I'm glad you're here. Wait, I think this is my code, so I'll just drop it in here. Okay. Guys, you can add me here. You can add me here, guys. It's my code.
I will spend more money on it. I'm so sorry. Oh, can you send me your code so I can, like, add you once?
Oh, yeah. I put it in the girls group.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, gosh. Can I... Wait, I can... Oh, select memory. Wait, can I pick? Oh, guys, Silas, right? Silas, right? Oh, I can select 3? Oh, okay, you guys chat like Xavier. I'll pick Xavier for you guys.
Great. He's really sweet. I like all of them. You
know
which...
all of them?
Yeah, I mean, I love all of them. Like, I want all of their cards all the time because they're all, like, they have, you know, they're really different from each other, but, like, I love them all for different reasons, but, you know, I have my favorite still. But
I didn't know that. I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't have a mature tag.
It should have, so I can see penis.
Wait, you can't see it, right, in this game?
Yeah, no penis there, but I'm just saying...
Okay, I was just making sure there.
Yeah, no, don't worry. You don't see anything. You just, you know, sometimes things fade to black and you know exactly what's happening, or they're moaning into your ear. Oh my god. Nino, the secret times in this game. Oh my god.
Secret times? What is that?
Secret times. It's like, it's kind of like ASMR. Like you get it like with, like through different things. Yeah, also memories and stuff. But like, you basically would just listen to it. It's kind of, like they're talking to you. And sometimes they're like whispering, or you can hear the kisses, or like they're like softly moaning in your ear, and you're there like. Oh my god! I would need to play this with a heart rate monitor. I swear to God.
Oh my god!
I love this game. I really do. It's also just really fun, like the combat and the mini games, and then through the events, there's also different mini games. And it's so cute. Like there was a cafe management one. There was kind of like a subway server kind of thing.
There
Candy
was like
Crush.
I remember there was one with the like a kind of it was like floor thing. It might have been a sauna thing, but I'm not sure. It was a while back though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. They have lots of different cool stuff. They also had like a, you know, the cafe one was with the cat cafe kind of, where they all had like...
ears.
Yeah, they got... I have the ones for Raphael, the cat ears and cat tail, but...
Damn.
I know I got his memory in that one. I don't know which other one I got. Wait, I
Okay, have you spent more than 500?
I don't
this one's
think
pretty.
so. I barely ever have 500. But I've definitely spent...
Silas.
Too much. I wouldn't be surprised if I spend like over 200 or something on this game, which is bad because I shouldn't, but look at them.
Doing it for the greater good.
Exactly.
Guys, I am pulling this all for you. I'm doing this just for you.
Oh yeah, but definitely save your gems and all that for the event cards.
Event cards?
Yeah, so like not for the normal wishing pool, because you can get the things that you can use to pull on that. Like you can get those through other means.
The swimming one right now,
that's event, yeah.
Event, okay.
Like the summer one, yeah, that's an event thing. But there's like also the normal wishing pool, and don't spend your gems on that. Save your gems for the event things, because the other ones you can get rather easily. At least after some time.
Oh wait, you guys can see it. Sorry.
But the other ones you can get like you get a couple wishes like for free at the event at the start, you know, sometimes in your mailbox, and then you can get some through completing tasks, but after that you have to spend gems. So if you you want to save those for cards that you want to pull for.
Yeah,
I make that
please
mistake.
feed me. Feed me your wallet. Feed me your wallet so I can get Silas. Let me get Silas, guys. Let me get Silas. Ninu. How is your rent looking? I paid. I believe
I paid.
Yeah, I paid next month's basically. I've already paid next month's.
Aww,
I paid next month, guys. Cause I get scared, so I always pay more.
Well, that's nice.
Can you get scared? Ooh, this is pretty.
Oh.
Okay, as long as you aren't spending money that you need for rent and food.
Which reminds me, have you eaten today?
Actually, I have today. I had bread with cheese.
Oh my god,
got bread and I got
saying
cheese,
more
guys.
than bread.
Yeah. Oh, what is this animation? Flowers? What did I get?
Savior.
Why? Okay, it crashed. Oh no! It's oh! How do you know?
5-star.
That's so cool. We got him, guys. We got. Ooh.
Update failed, please.
Damn.
Download. Of resource updates. We recommend reserving. You need to free up additional. I don't have anything else to free up. I deleted all my apps for this game.
You've deleted everything?
No, almost everything.
Oh, whoa. Save you send me. Oh, wait. No, he didn't send me
Well, I
anything.
guess it's time to say goodbye to Uma Musume because I can at least play that on my desktop.
You should get it on desktop. Get boosted.
Yeah, I'll play it on desktop from now on.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Alright, let's do this again.
Yes.
Someone for longevity.
I know, but what if you can eat abs?
Did you say abs or ass?
How about both?
Oh my god, you're so
I'm not
right.
complaining.
I'm just saying, they all have very nice... Oh my god, there was a thing where bulges...
That's not Double D Dinosaur?
It's not Double D Dinosaur. No, there's like a thing. That was a little. I'm not sure if it was like a glitch or if it was the angle, but like you could see like you could see. I mean, you know, you could see.
You could see.
You could see.
Okay.
You could see.
I could
All
see,
there was to
guys.
see. All right, there we go. Please let me in. I need to. Support background downloading. Hold up, it needs to
Oh,
download
is that
some more.
The Blizzard is amazing. Yeah, we finished that game. It was fun. It was fun.
Hey, a little bit of a crash out.
Just a little bit. Guys,
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Tiny crash out.
Wait, did you see the end of it?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah. Gosh.
Can't believe my father would do such a thing.
Right? It was sad.
Oh, I mean, but then you got together with the cat, so everything is fine.
Okay, I'm drinking water. I hydrated.
Some water.
You dehydrated, Bess. Did he drink water?
What, me?
Yeah.
Not right now. I'm currently working on the plushie.
Oh wait, for you, bro?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! How's that going?
It's going good. I'm currently sewing together the front and back pieces.
Ooh, but
I only have to.
but
I only have to do the tail and
but
the arms and the muzzle, and then it's done.
Hell yeah!
Which reminds me, Nino, I also want to make you a plushie and stuff, but I don't know how things work with, like, you know, sending it to you, because last time they were kind of poopy and stuff.
Oh yeah, hopefully they won't be. They shouldn't be really. Because we now have like kind of doors like open.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in that case,
Yeah.
I will try again.
Yay! Did they send it back, right?
Yeah, they did.
That's so sad.
Oh, I want to take a picture of the card I wrote you so you could at least see what it
Oh my god! Yeah.
said. Just gotta see where that is.
Also, Fable, Lampy's asking, did you ever confront your dad about his behavior in Double D Dinosaur?
I did not. I was just scared that he would do things to my cat. Wait, that sounds weird.
Wait!
That sounds weird. That sounds weird. That sounds weird.
It wasn't Leon that did the stuff with the cats. It was, what was his name?
Probably Chad or something.
Chad. It was Chad's fault. Chad said that. And he was trying to get better.
Yeah, but he failed because he's just stupid. Like, that's the thing about him. Like, I think he just did that because he was, like, really fucking dumb. Like, he's a danger to himself and others, so dumb. You know?
Yeah.
He's a little dum-dum.
Wait,
He's
is
just like
he
me.
sleeping? Wait, the fuck?
Oh yeah, Xavier is like is a very sleepy boy. He's always like sleeping and all that. And tired.
How
and
do I put him to
clumsy.
sleep? I can't put him to sleep.
You gotta sing him the lullaby.
Go to sleep. Oh, guys, it's the next chapter. I get to meet Silas. I get to meet Silas.
Also,
finally.
I'm just gonna say, I fucking love Luke and Kieran. Have you met them yet?
Wait, you cut out.
I really love Luke and Kieran.
From?
Like they're basically Silas' henchmen, kinda, but also kinda like.
Oh, I
friends
think I
and all
know.
that.
I think I know which ones they are.
I fucking love that. I want. If they added those to the game, like as love interest,
Yeah.
but they won't. But like, if they would, I would.
You want to go on a mission with
even
them?
more money. I want to go on a special mission and undercover, and with undercover I mean under the covers.
So much during the last hour work. Frank, so that always happens. Oh, It's Raphael. He's painting.
Yes, he is, because he's an artist just like me.
Just like you. Hi, Raphael. I'm your
God,
fan.
I
Thank
love
you for
him.
being your fan.
He's so beautiful.
You're beautiful.
You ever see a man so beautiful you start crying?
Look into his eyes.
They're so beautiful.
You're beautiful.
You're
Who is it? The
beautiful.
studio's
It's
closed.
true.
Wait, aren't
It's
you
kind of
the
mid-face.
hunter from
Blampy, I'm
before?
gonna shove this needle so far up your rectum that I'm gonna fucking tickle your prostate.
Oh, I forgot. I missed. I didn't catch him. Wait. He's on top of us.
Ow, whoa, 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 whoa. Let go.
What the hell? I'm sorry, guys. This could have ended differently.
I love him. I love him.
His arm. Yes,
Why do you guys
it's
want to be so violent to my boy?
it's love. I mean, we're being kind. Or we're being gentle.
Like, there's so much I want to yap about him, but I'm not gonna spoil or anything. I want you to experience this to the fullest.
Oh,
There's so
too
much.
kind. Oh, he's giving us coffee.
I really can't tell if it's
Coffee?
destiny or bad karma for us to meet again after 2 days.
He said bad karma.
Anyway, you're not here to check
Or
on
destiny.
the fish, are you?
You know that I'm a hunter, right? I'm here to deal with the Wanderer problem.
Oh? I had no idea there was something dangerous at the studio. Ah, wait. Now I remember. I did hear some weird noises while I was painting earlier. It was very annoying. Thomas sent you, huh?
A Wanderer
Wait, is he
chewing on
referring to
canvas?
us?
Could be connected. So where are they?
I'm not an animal that can use my ears to locate some prey. It's probably downstairs, upstairs, or somewhere else. In any case, wanderers are
You know, I'm
everywhere.
really glad that you're
literally.
streaming that so people
I
can
even
see
heard
that
there's
I'm
one
not
that's
just
sorta
playing
like
a
a
Gooner
lemon.
game, because it's so
Am I
much more
wrong?
than that. It's not just a Gooner game.
Guys, it's
One
not a
time I
Gooner
dreamt
game.
about
You
slimy
heard it here.
rainbow-colored
It's not a Gooner
balloons.
game.
Kind of has some aspects of that, but I'm just saying there's more to it.
Raphael in those magazine interviews.
Yeah.
Is this what
Candy.
you use to make your paints?
Thomas let you have
Sure
it?
as folks look like one. No,
Do
you're
you use
just
anything else that's
you,
weird?
you're just.
Well,
I
nothing is
know.
weird if you can get
There's a
color
lot
from
more to it than just haha mentity. That's what I'm
Fine.
saying.
Do mummy bandages count? Different
Meh.
refinement processes don't necessarily produce the same tint of brown,
That's
though.
not what I meant. What else is there?
You've asked me so
Uh-huh.
many questions. Yet you're not here to solve my issues, are you?
Blampy, you don't even know the story and you're barely in the story.
I've only used this batch of coral stone.
Listen
Oh
to
my
the story. And read the story. Read the story for me, on my
Are you
behalf.
skipping through the story?
No, I'm not well, I'm not skipping through it. I'm skimming
Okay.
through it. There's a difference. There's a difference.
Oh my god, it's Hawthorne.
Hawkload, hi, hello.
Hello. I'm just
Oh.
kind of chilling here right now until this thing is done. I'm so sorry, Nina.
That's okay. You can chill here.
So you knew about Raymond. His erratic behavior is related to you.
What sort of
Lampy,
twisted
I
logic
think
is
you're
this?
just
And why are you only
jealous.
thinking about everyone else?
Are you
I'm like
jealous
them
from Raphael, Lambie?
Also, that coral stone is mine.
Are you
Give it to me
jealous?
now.
You're not going to tell me the truth, are you?
Nosies.
If your art causes any more problems, it won't be just me next time.
Really? A hunter can only be patient for 3 minutes? I wasn't done talking.
Yeah, Lampy. I don't
Oh, he
believe
wasn't
you.
done
Let me
talking
check
with us.
first. I also would like to know if the problem here is the coral stone.
Oh, he made himself bleed? He touching it. Oh, hand. Fable. He's touching.
Yeah.
That's fish.
I know, I love him.
Well, that explains why I started hearing things.
To his
Right after
posh
getting a
voice. See, that's
paper
what I mean. You guys just don't get it. You barely know the characters, and you probably don't even care about them because
on who you
it's
ask.
not aimed at you.
Malik, Malik Toast. Malik
Now,
Toast?
leave
What's
the
Malik
Wanderer
Toast?
to me.
Excuse me?
Posh boy.
This is my house.
That's the kind of people who
the
see
one
someone
hiding.
enjoying
Don't
something
damage
and
my
want to make
treasures.
it bad.
He's telling us to hide. Oh, does he have a dagger? That's so cool. Why does he have one dagger though? One little baby dagger.
Because he doesn't need more.
Ooh. 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 Okay. It means timid, meek, or unassertive.
That's how I know that none of you.
That's not even a
played this
word.
game.
It's not even a word.
I don't see any wonders.
I didn't know what to say about that.
Maybe?
You're right. Should we go together?
It's a spooter. It's a crab. I didn't read the name. Okay. But,
Snow crabs? In this economy?
Wait, oh, we have daggers too.
It has a protocore shield.
Oh.
It's trying really hard to act tough, huh?
Yeah.
It's about to throw a fit.
This is taking forever. And
Oh,
I'm barely doing any damage to it. Shouldn't we team up?
Oh fuck, I just walked into that, haven't I? Oh shit, wait. Okay, something's happening.
We destroyed one layer.
Something's wrong, I can feel it.
Something is wrong.
Our teamwork is
Like,
definitely
something is
getting
about
better,
to happen.
Don't you think?
Something is about to happen. Something is about to happen, guys. Shield breaker. Wow. How does a dagger break a shield?
Completely destroyed its protocore shield. Attack!
It's definitely easier to deal with now.
Ooh. Oh, wait. Does he give you his other dagger?
I guess fighting
Is
in
that
a
why
team
he
can
only
be
has
pretty
one
fun.
dagger?
Leave it to
One
the
dagger for
professionals.
me, one dagger for you.
Damn.
Let's kiss.
Damn. Damn. Ah, there we go. Guys, do you like my toes? Do you like my toes? Do you like my toes?
I like
like
your
my
toes.
Do you like
I
my
like them
toes, guys?
beans.
Reflex is stronger.
You like it? You
Is
like
it
my
because
little
of
bell,
Rafa's
bell guys?
Looks
You
like
guys like
they're
my
all
little bell?
A-okay. The
You guys
Wanderer
like-
was nice enough not to harm them.
One
I see
dagger
this
for
coral stone
each
is imbued
hole.
with some
No, wait, I did not say that. You
Where
said
did
that,
you
Belle.
get it?
You can't just buy coral stones from
Yeah,
the
Belf
market.
with his
I
mind
might
in the
have
gutter.
bartered with the Sardinian locals.
His mind is in the
or
gutter.
maybe...
In the
Your
gutter.
memory cannot be that bad.
In the gutter.
Want to check my
1,
collection
2,
log?
3,
Engupsilon,
4.
Mengupsilon.
Get your bussy on the floor.
1,
Gotta sub up
2,
to get down.
3,
Gotta
4.
sub up to get down.
Get your bossy
Put
on
your
the floor.
toes up, nerd.
Gotta sub up to get down. Gotta sub up to get down. Put your toes up, nerd.
Oh my god. Angie said, 1, 2, 3, 4, get your bussy on the floor. Gotta sub up to get down. Gotta sub up to get down. Put up your toes up, nerds. So, Fable?
Yeah.
Put your toes up for us.
You have a log?
I'm putting them toes up.
There are
Toes
millions
up!
of colors.
They're
Some
up
people
high
even
in the
create samples
sky.
of their own paint. If there's
Shaking
actually
them
a problem
around.
with the
Oh my god,
source, how
wait
are you
guys.
guys gonna deal
I'm
with
patting him with my toe. Wait.
Investigate. Might have to close off the area.
My toe is patting his little head.
I hope that's some
Toesies.
platonic patting
Oh
you're doing
fuck!
there.
I can't
It
believe
is.
you've done this.
Okay, in that case I can accept this.
Wait, what were you thinking, huh? I can't
you
believe
know,
you've done this.
I'm kinda, you know, a little
just give it to you for
paranoid
free.
since
Unless
Nova has crossed
we
me
get
on
an
multiple
alternative.
occasions.
Coral stones can be found near Lincoln
Oh,
City.
oh.
I was planning to
I'm
have a
joking.
look.
Yeah, but it's okay.
It's a shame I
She's
got injured today.
with,
I can't even lift a paintbrush.
Zane.
I'll be in trouble if I encounter any
That is
danger.
true. She likes her nerd boys.
What do you want?
I saw how you fought, quick and precise. That final strike was unlike anything I've seen before.
Lampy, I still gotta
If you could be
edit it.
my
I just don't have a lot of time to edit
Mhm.
stuff because I'm
Protect me
working
on our
on
journey
this
together.
thingy and
If
I'm
we find
working
an
on
alternative,
commissions
I'll
and
happily
stuff.
give
So
you what's in my hand right now.
I just gotta edit it first because I don't just want to like post it. I
Don't
want to like
worry,
make an
I
actual
can
thing
wait.
out of it.
Consider this a private commission from yours truly.
Nova Google Doc reel. Yeah, I saw it.
The
I saw
door's
the.
over
I saw it. Fable showed me it.
This mission is too important.
And it's so many pages.
Or
It's
do you
not
mean
one page.
like, or do you mean like thing that you made,
Alright,
Lampy?
I'll do it. but don't push your luck.
Great.
I'm not
I'll let you know
entirely
the
sure
time and
which one you were
place.
talking about right now, because your thing I obviously wouldn't edit because it's already great the way it is. Like,
My safety is in your
not the thing I
hands.
made.
Whoa,
the thing
he
you, okay,
touched.
okay.
He touched our hand. Who's this fine young gay fellow on screen? That's Raphael. That is
And he's not. He's
Fables.
very much not gay.
He's Fables. I'm gonna show you Silas, guys. I'm gonna show you Silas. Silas. I need to see Silas. Silas is coming soon.
Prove
You know-
it. All right. There's several cards that can prove that.
I don't think I have those cards, guys. I mean, I can look. What cards do I have? Oh, what is this? 10 Lesser Diamonds and EXP. Oh, shit. Wait, I have not collected these. I should grab these. Okay. I want to do this. But this one. Ooh, I claimed stuff. Journey
Oh, he
claim?
doesn't kiss boys. I'm sorry. You can't be a guy in this game. Like, you can't even, like, they're not even. I apologize, guys.
They're not what?
They're not even. I don't think they're even bisexual.
They just like us.
But that's okay. There is lots of.
Yes. What's retro? What does retro mean, guys?
Oh, retro just means that you can get
Oh!
that again.
Oh shit, yeah, I'm not gonna
Use
do that. It's almost at the end of the month. Upgrade memory. I should probably try and do that, right? And I Ooh, guys, wait, we did get this one. We did get this memory. Should we upgrade this? Wait, chat loves Xavier. Xavier is saved for chat. Okay, I'll upgrade him. Oh shit, wait, I don't have enough for this. Oh wait, I do? I ranked... I upgraded him.
Oh god, oh Jesus Christ.
Date. Date. We're gonna need date, guys. We're gonna go date. Night, homies. Sleep well. Oh wait, no, you're not sleeping. You're driving. You're driving. I don't know if you're driving. You're going home. Safe journey.
Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ.
He definitely kissed boys. I don't know, man. Oh, watermelon juice? I can't.
Oh no, my phone died. Please, it was just updating.
That's sad. Guys, this is your
I usually just open the fridge.
heartthrobber
No, it's to find an ice cream
for you
flavor I
guys.
like.
Something else throbbing.
It doesn't matter where
I
we
don't
spend
know,
the
but there's a
summer.
weird sound.
What matters is that we're together.
Throbber. Boner. Yeah, this is chat. No, wait, me? No. They'll stop stalling my line. They won't. You are giving me pennies.
What's wrong?
Pennies.
Oh my god, dear.
Thanks.
Dear,
Guys.
I don't know.
This was supposed to be a date, right? Bobby! You absolute legend!
Thank you.
No more ad!
Lampy88 gifted a tier 1 sub to Hawkthorn_.
Needs 3
They have given
seconds. Alright,
383
and
gift subs in the
can use
channel.
voice instead of typing. Guess you need to be faster. Sonic? What? Okay. Oh my god, is that your... That's your first munch? Don't worry about it. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Sonic! big. Yes. Soju. Soju.
I'm not gonna get kidnapped.
Kidnapped? No. Please.
I think I know who sent the letter. The map is detailed, and the island has a nice name. We said we should go traveling this summer, right?
On account how thirsty you are. Absolutely. Wait, what? I said nothing. I've been less thirsty because I'm waiting for Silas.
At our final destination.
I'm just saying, is this a date? I think I'm bored. Wait, no, this is a date for you guys. Okay. You guys are on a date with Xavier. It's like she's in the desert. Dessert these nuts. Okay. Okay, hold up, guys. I'm gonna speed this up.
You're really getting into this island owner thing, huh?
I'm speeding this up.
Are those the locals? Why are they holding banners?
Whoa! They even rolled out a red carpet. Talk about a grand welcome.
Are you charging up, Fable?
Give me my phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm turning it back on right now and see if I have to redo the fucking update.
They're introducing themselves.
Or if it like paused or something, hopefully, maybe.
Ooh. Oh my fucking god!
Is it
Lampy, thanks for waking me up. Like I needed it.
Honored guests have finally arrived.
Wait, who's the honored guest?
Everyone, let's welcome.
Wait, can I
the
skip
new
this?
island
Guys, can I skip
owner.
this?
Welcome home.
Oh wait, I can click. Why didn't I even try that? Why didn't I even do that?
As the letter stated. Please.
I see.
All right, I will let you guys see the him without any shirts if they do show it. Just for you guys because I'm so kind. Shirtless Xavier, where are you?
I get. Many years ago, he contacted me and Jeremiah. He
Guys,
asked
look.
if we were still alive. That was the last. Maybe he's. When you're born.
Push his nose.
Oh god, it needs to be unzipping again. Oh, it's okay.
He bob and beepy. Okay. Wow, this memory is so long. Wait, how long's? Whoa, guys, you see some abs. Is this okay? Do you want more abs? Okay. You want more abs? You want more abs?
Do we?
Yeah, she's trying to download the game, guys, but...
Well, I mean, it's not. I'm just trying to update it.
Oh, yeah, update it.
When someone
yeah,
becomes,
of
course,
Strip the man naked. Okay, just for you, Belf.
Ow.
Some abdominals. Wait, somebody's taking pictures?
It's really hot.
Wait.
Are we done yet?
Take a picture. Wait,
There's a
we took a
cliff
picture.
right
Okay.
behind me.
Okay. Did he just... Wait. Are we done yet? There's a cliff behind... That's a vibe. I'm trying to get to the... He jumped? Yeah, that's what... Okay.
Ever?
Oh my god, am I close?
Maybe. Didn't you
Tell
say
him
you wanted
no.
to spend the summer with me?
Guys, he's holding your hand. Chat, he's holding your hand. He's holding your hand. He's holding your hand.
Let's do. Ready?
Oh, wait. Something is happening? Show us. What is happening? What's happening? Splash. That's just private? Oh, sorry. My bad. Yeah, okay. I'll look away. I'll leave. Okay,
Now
you guys
this
want to
feels
ensure.
like summer.
He's taking us with him. Bye, Daniel. Oh my god. Okay, day 3. Okay, day 4. Day 4, guys. He's stripping. He's stripping for you guys. For you guys. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Are we there yet? 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 No! He
was
didn't.
what-
He didn't.
look,
Not
the
yet.
night
Not yet.
before we
Next.
planned to leave.
Next. Next.
And when
Next.
when the weather
Next.
focus on
Whoa! He's getting close to. Whoa, guys! He's getting close to you. Oh, he pulled away. Damn! I don't know what that
drift
means.
bottle washed up on the beach. There was a coin inside it. So I suggested we do a coin toss.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pat, get ready to flip. Flip a coin. Flip a coin. He smells like coconut oil. You smell it? Smell like a baka. Smell like a baka. Alright. Okay. Next one. Oh no. Wait, was one heads or 2 toes? Heads it is. Oh hell yeah. Wait. What happens with you flipping the coin? Oh guys, there you go. I will look
When
away.
you fell asleep
Are you
on
guys
me as
done
I
looking?
sat on
Are you
the
guys done
beach
looking?
chair,
Are you guys
you
done
were like a
looking?
starfish.
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Is
No.
he done?
Only if
He's
you do
done.
me
He's
this
he's shirtless for you guys. Fable, do you want to see shirtless Xavier?
Of course I do.
Okay,
Oh, mama.
Oh god, he's got tats, guys. He's shirtless. He's shirtless for you guys. He's shirtless for you guys. Take your pictures.
Why is the boat speeding up? Hey,
He's yated.
I won't.
Wowzy. Can I touch his boobs?
An obstacle ahead.
Wait, why is it jiggling like
I'm
that?
not panicking.
Titty nip.
What just happened?
Wait.
Anger MGMT00 gifted a tier 1 sub to Tiddy Nips. They have given 4,977 gift subs
He
in
just-
the channel.
Are you sure you haven't
He just
piloted
wiggled his
anything
pee-pee.
else before?
He just wiggled his pee-pee like a
What
wand.
about battleship?
No, and no. If you really want, I only piloted a spaceship.
You gosh. I'm sorry.
I'm dying, dude.
Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
She said dying.
Guys, I find myself too funny. I'm a safety hazard to myself. Ugh. Okay, let me take you guys back
Are
to
you trying
to his abs. Oh, there he is, guys. Have fun. Have fun. Have fun. Let me know when you're done. Wait, is it set to auto? Yes. Okay. Okay. Have fun, guys.
You're still thinking about the past.
I have averted my gaze. I've averted my gaze. Fable, if you want to see Xavier's abs, it's on. I've averted my gaze.
Of course I want to see Xavier's abs.
Damn.
You
Guys,
can
are you
look
looking?
at them,
Is it
right?
done yet? Ugh, I think maybe they're still chatting. Is there a...
What do you
Oh.
think should have happened?
Okay. I averted my gaze. I've averted my gaze, guys. I've averted my gaze. What? Wow. Damn. That was very fast. Yeah. Chuga, chuga, chuga.
I see.
Choo.
On the ferry, you binge-watched a lot of those action movies made in the last century.
Bring those gays back, Nino. Gays. Oh, wait, no. I'm
sorry
not talking
to
about gays.
disappoint you,
Oh my
but
god.
The backtrackers didn't have any dramatic betrayals
Gays
or a history
with a
bathed
Z.
in bloodshed.
Wait, no.
They were
Gays.
just a group of
Wait,
people who happened
how
to
does
walk
gays
the same
spell?
path.
Like.
Then we eventually chose different roads.
Oh yeah, there we go. No, not with gay A-Y-Z. Gay. I'm not even gonna bother anymore. I'm not bothering anymore.
Don't bother. I was
Gays.
about to tell you
Good.
something, but then I realized that I can't talk about it.
Oh.
Will you
Not
shoot
where
me
they
if I
can
don't?
hear us.
Guys, go on, gaze at his gaze.
Seriously.
The wolves have ears. Yeah, my neighbors could probably hear me. I gotta whisper.
Game on.
He said, "Game on, guys." What? Game on. For
Wasn't aware of that Pokemon.
He said, "Game on." Is he spitting in your mouth? What was that sound? He is spitting it. Wait.
You're very vindictive. I
What
can't
does
go
that-
easy on you anymore.
What? He vaping? Oh, okay. Okay.
Let's see who has the last laugh.
Okay. I hope you guys are having fun with this. Oh, it's water gun sounds. It's not him spitting. Okay, my bad. Show, don't kill.
Do you think you can hide? You should surrender now.
Attack! What? Why is he breathing like this? Spray him!
Last words.
Spray him! Pew. Oh, fuck.
You can't beat me with that. This battle is over. Give up.
We didn't get to beat him. I don't understand, guys. Whoa!
You're the one who
Whoa!
broke the rules first.
Chat, stop making moves on him. Stop making moves on him. Chat, stop. Contain yourself. You shot him in the boobie? You shot him in the boobie.
It's okay, you can kiss it, so it's better.
Care about winning.
Lower.
Don't care about winning at all.
Lower. Oh no.
Someone let their guard down. You're giving up.
No.
Don't hold back.
No, give me the gun. Whoa! Whoa!
Right into
Stop!
the trap.
Stop! Stop! Whoa! Whoa! Stop! 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 Wow! Wow! I hope you guys are getting off, chat. This is so for you. I've only picked him for you. Oh my god. Are you satisfied, chat? Are you satisfied? Are you happy? Did you have a good time? Can I pat his nose? Have you have you had fun joking it with Xavier?
If you aren't my enemy,
You've been satisfied? I'm glad.
then what I
Working
like.
it with Xavier.
Be the one I like. What? 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 Guys,
Let's hope that I love
do you
him for the
accept
right
Xavier as your boyfriend? No, I'm Silas, guys. I literally did this for you guys. What do you mean? Angie, you know, short for. Wait, are you saying you didn't want this? Only Silas. Yeah, Silas is mine, guys. He literally has been sending me messages through Instagram. Instagram ads.
Raphael, come to me. My beautiful boy. I'm back into the game.
You're back? Hell yeah.
Finally finished doing
Maybe
what
we
I
just
needed
see
to do.
all the date
Pelosi,
videos just to
it
be
means
sure we
see you
really
tomorrow.
want this one. You guys want to see the other ones? Well, the thing is that this one is a special one, right?
May you come back?
Okay.
Oh, then
Okay,
It's
jibba jabba
very-
jibba. A lot of jibba jabba. A lot of jibba jabba. Let me skip this part. Means are we done with this? He's got his shirt on, guys. You don't want to see this part, right?
Please. Oh, this pains me.
Okay.
I'm back.
Is it over? Is it over?
Embrace me.
The bell is a little rusty. And
Okay, alright,
if you
okay.
ignore the bumps along,
Poke nose, poke nose, poke nose, poke nose, poke nose, poke nose, poke nose. Wow, he looked away. Poke here, poke here, poke here, poke here, poke here, poke here. What is that?
if you move around,
Wait, are we done? Oh my fucking god, we're not done. How long is this memory? A 5-star memory is so bloody long.
I thought her. And when I looked up, if you were somewhere,
Babel?
What?
You're not crying, are you?
What? No, I'm not.
Did you get Raphael?
Oh, whenever
Let's go
you
inside
like
and
come
take a
back
look.
to the game
Oh.
and after a long time you gotta like you're getting greeted by them first and they're like
Oh.
talking to you, so I'm just going through that right now.
Oh, okay.
No, Cherie, I'm sure you are not. Oh, now give me a kiss,
only
muffin.
one way.
Wait, okay, I do like stars.
Aw,
Show me
you
stars.
love me.
Show me stars, please. Show me stars. Give me. Wait, what?
And I'm gonna add you in a moment.
You gonna add me?
What do you
I'm
see?
gonna add you.
I see. Are you my star? No. Silas is my star. Get out! Get out! Get out!
That's
Get
a
out! Get
tear.
out! Get out of my face!
With
Get up.
this telescope,
Yes, yes. She's listening to Yapping America, Chat America.
Oh,
America.
everyone has a path
no,
they need to
it's so
walk.
beautiful.
Okay.
Likewise,
Oh,
every star has
you're
its
so
home in the
cute.
sky.
Guys, can I skip it? Fuck. Okay, we've gone through so
If
far.
you mean this one,
Wait, which one? Which one? Which one? Which one? Your nose? Your nose? Your nose?
Alright, here we go.
He's getting too close, guys. He's getting too
he
close.
already found the place where he belonged, and maybe he found something that lasts longer than a journey.
Wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Raphael, let me eat seafood with you.
You're gonna eat seafood with him?
I am going to eat seafood with him.
Who washes the dishes at home? Who feeds the stray cat downstairs? How many Lumiere collectibles we should buy for my place?
Yeah, chat
You're
is
so bossy.
chat is bossy. Chat is bossy.
Chat, how
Chat
about,
doesn't wash the
We've been
dishes.
together for so long. You rubbed off.
Yeah. Chat, I hope you made me my fucking sandwich.
Babel, did you send your boy your circumcision scar meme yet? That'll win him over for sure. That's what Angie suggests.
See, if I could send Raphael the circumcision scar meme, I would. And I think he would like it. I think he would laugh.
He would?
I'm sure he would. He's a funny boy.
There you go, guys. That's Xavier. Holy shit, that was so bloody long. I have so many starry sounds. Xavier's nice. Another Xavier guys. Oh my god. And then Zane, a long night. This looks pretty. And then Zane with the apple. And then Raphael with the fishies. And Caleb. Wait, where's our Silas? Where's our Silas? We only have 3-star Silas. Wait, no, we have. Wait. Oh,
Yeah,
this is
we
our
should
5-star.
have
Of
four.
course we have.
Five
I
star.
just had to make sure.
It's the one where you measure his body. That's a 5-star.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's a good one. I want more, Fable. I want more. How do I change the main? You know, in the menu thingy, the main character.
Wait, what did you say?
I got money. Do you know the main screen, like the cafe thing? It's a cafe,
Yeah.
right? It's not our bedroom.
No, it's a cafe.
Yeah. Okay. How do I change the character on there?
There is like a little symbol on the side where it's like a character and you can like swap it out. But I'm not sure if you have that yet.
Oh yeah, I don't think maybe I don't.
Gotta really like unlock the people
Influence.
first.
Request. Oh. Okay. Oh, I did for some reason. I thought I did for some reason. I thought I did.
I forgot
I
what
thought I
exactly you do it, but
Oh man,
More.
when do I get Silas, guys? He was so bloody long, wasn't he? Ah, yeah, that's what you guys say.
Due to the frequent appearances
According
of
to chat.
wanderers, property values surrounding Imperial Ring District 23 have plummeted.
You mean, Anki? You mean you're talking about the forget the rocket fuel? I run in chaos and cuddles. Want to fill me up?
No.
Ahem.
LA. It's got all these weird patterns and symbols. They found it in the area we've been keeping an eye on. Who knows? Sadly, part of it blown up. Nero mentioned something about it.
Guys, Tara hasn't died so far. You guys been saying that she was gonna die.
oh, secret times unlocked.
You got.
Oh wait, hold up! I got a
With
phone
who?
call with Raphael.
What is
that?
With Raphael.
Oh. Oh, okay. That sounds good.
It sounds pretty loud over there. Is something happening?
Tara is still alive. Unbelievable. Belf said she was gonna die and she hasn't died yet.
Stay on your toes.
Wait, who?
Tara,
I see.
the girl that you meet at the beginning.
Get ready to exit the train. Passengers should use the doors on the left.
I do sound like if it was wiping her windows briefly. What, in game?
Oh, Raphael.
No, her sound. Oh, Tara's sound. One of her first lines was, my horoscope said I would be very lucky today. You know what? Actually, you're right. Wait, no, it wasn't her horoscope. It was a tarot card. Yeah.
She likes that stuff.
Yeah. I avoid people like that.
We didn't expect things to escalate so quickly. I've sent you the rendezvous
Oh,
coordinates.
that's
You'll also
good
receive her
to
personal
know.
Wait, Fable?
Yeah.
You don't do that, do you?
I have tarot cards
No
that.
need to bother.
I mean, I have tarot cards just for the aesthetic, just looking at the pictures.
I mean, I like to like do that stuff, but I don't like believe in it.
Okay. We can still be friends.
doesn't need
Well, thank you, Dino. Very generous. Thank you, friend of several years.
I love you. I love you.
I love you too.
Oh my god, guys, you guys are jealous. That's why, guys, like, you know, when you guys talk about what's her name in Cyberpunk, the girl with the funny hair and does the reading. Many people say that they're really into her. No, you're not talking. Misty, yeah, Misty, her, yeah. People are into her and they romance her, and I'm like, how could you? How could you? How could you? Oh my god, I get to pick? Get to pick Silas? Wait, I want to pick
I'm still talking to Raphael.
I can't even change anything. Let me... Oh. That she's but yeah. Oh wait. Wait. Oh wait, that's your best friend? Oh wait, you don't get the romancer? Oh. Wait. Okay, somebody just wanted to romance her then. I'm sure because somebody was like, she's the love of my life. She's the love of my life. She's my love of my life.
Now's your chance. The enemies are weak. Now's your
I don't
chance.
have this one yet, so...
You love my life. You love my life. You love my life.
Ooh.
You're not.
Yes, please.
Practice makes perfect.
Wait, how do I...
Watch out.
Alright, let me get you.
You adding me?
Now's your chance.
I'm adding you now.
Oh my god, it just went disappeared. It just disappeared. Oh my god, I'm getting a friend.
Bring it on.
You're getting a friend. And
I'm getting a friend, guys. I'm getting a friend.
You won't escape.
If you wanna be my lover.
I am
I'm
not.
getting a friend.
Now's your chance. The
Bring it on.
Come to me.
Everything went well.
Honey.
Eliminated.
New VT.
R.I.P.
Go.
Jackie. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, we love Jackie, man. We love Jackie.
Send your friend request.
You gave me a friend request.
I
You wanna
did.
be
Now
my
I'm gonna
friend?
pull for my stuff.
My friend.
You've
Oh
got
my
a
God.
friend in me.
You got a friend in me. Hey guys, we got.
You didn't hear that.
I
You didn't
hear it.
that. You didn't hear that.
You are my friend. Wait. What level 80 label?
Yeah.
I'm getting there.
I haven't
getting there.
played in a while, unfortunately.
Ooh, wait, I've got all this. Oh, there's so much reading.
Yeah, the anecdotes and stuff too. Alright, let's see if I
Oh,
can't
yeah,
get
that-
this card.
You can do it.
Select memory. Please select memory. Blah, blah,
Woof,
blah, blah,
woof.
boost rate.
What is it? Oh shit! Look all these shit that I got, guys.
Please give me my boy.
You doing it?
I'm doing my first pull.
I can pick whoever. Silas. Where's
I didn't get
Silas? Oh my god, wait. Silas. Is that the only Silas I can get?
I didn't get him. Oh no, and I don't have any gems. Well, I guess there's only one thing I can do now.
Silas. Silas. Look at this shit I go, guys. I got Silas. What's this? Energy capsule. Oh, I didn't even know I had energy. Okay, that's fine. I hope they can just take that automatically. You know, automatically. Just take it. Just take it.
Oh,
Just
shit, I
take
should've
it.
done that.
Features. Very small. Oh, verify. Oh, I get. Okay, hold up. I didn't know what this shows, guys. Email. I got email. You sent me email.
Wait, which one am I gonna get?
Yeah, I got verify. How do I? Wait, where do I enter? Oh. Wait. Where the hell do I... Oh shit, it's right here. I have to enter.
Oh my god, so many cute things. Oh my god.
Guys, you already know my email. It's on my somewhere. If you don't need VTuber@gmail, you can email me. Email me, guys. Send me email.
Email me pictures of your feet.
Email me, guys. Email me. Email me. Send me email. Send me email. I dare you. I dare you. Linktree. Yeah, I think it's in my Linktree. And if it's not, then psych.
Come on. Come on. Wait, do I have enough?
Wait. Oh. Oh gosh, silly me. I didn't press it. I didn't press the button. I didn't press the white button. Give me the damn code, please. Give me
Come on. No!
Oh man.
Okay, I have 2 10 pulls so far. Nothing. I'll earn the thingies so I can get another 10 pull from the event shop thing. Oh, Raphael. My sweet ocean breeze.
Oh my god, I found it. Oh my god, why did it take so long? Oh fuck, I didn't enter it properly. Yay! It's done! Finally! Golly gosh, that took so long, sorry.
Gosh, merci.
Gosh! I'll do it again! I'll do it again! Murder! Murder! Alright, I need no more red dots. No more red dots. Please, stop with the red dots. Please stop it. Stop it, please. Please stop it.
Ooh, that's a pretty outfit. Ooh, I wanna get them all.
With it. Ooh! I can customize it? Okay. Let me edit it. How? Okay. What is this button? What does this do? Add.
Oh, Raphael.
Okay. Oh, this is the picture we took! Okay, we'll add this. Okay,
let me see
your
this at
cat.
least together.
Why can't I get a Silas cat? Oh, this is cute.
Sleep well, Frankerzoid. Don't let
Good
the bed
night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'll also get back to my little thingy here.
Did you do it? Did you do it?
What do you mean, like the?
Yeah, did you get it?
Oh, I didn't get the card yet, but I will try to get it before the event is over.
No.
At least the one for Raphael. I can get another 10 pull, and then I should probably control myself.
Chaotic.
For that one.
More chaotic. Nino chaotic. Oh, this is the outfit, guys. Wait, is this? Do you guys want this outfit? Wait, what rank do I need to get to get the outfit? Oh, there's more? Hold on. How do I get it? Oh shit! I mean, I can. I could. Yes, new chaotic. You laugh a lot. You sleep well, Rail.
Have fun, guys. I'm gonna leave.
You're gonna deep.
Yeah,
Thank
I mean,
you.
I'm gonna deep. I'm gonna keep working on this plushie.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link to something, Nino, later. I'm gonna send you a fishing link. Oh man.
Yes.
I'm keep working on this. Bye bye.
Bye bye, babe. Well, thank you for coming.
Good
love you too. Bye bye. 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 We already
Wait,
missed
I
it.
did, however, want to tell you about Amazon Prime and also these nuts.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. These nuts. These nuts. These nuts. These nuts. Bye-bye. Yeah, she's working on a plushie. She's working on a plushie. Oh, you guys can't even see the game. Guys, should I play something else for now? Actually, hold up. No, we have not seen Silas. We have not seen Silas. Hold up. We have not seen Silas. Do you want to? No, I gotta get Silas. I gotta see that. Game only just failure. We must be close. There's like, come on. Okay, combat, another combat. We must be close. Can I change this to Silas? Give me Silas. Give me Silas. Give me Silas, please. Oh my god, 2 Silas? Okay, give me more Silas. Oh my god, more Silas, guys, more Silas. Silas! Silas! Wait. Okay, Silas! I don't know how to fix this. Poop. Yeah, there you go. Silas! We're gonna fly with Silas! 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 Silas!
Looks slightly interesting.
Oh, I can auto? Okay. Good stuff.
Let's attack it together. You can decide when.
I'll make sure they're dead. I'll show you.
Was that a whip?
It's your turn.
Okay, if you say so.
This game cannot decide how big it wants the screen to be. Yeah, but the thing is, oh shit, it did it again. I mean, it's the same thing with horse racing game. Horse racing game.
Let's settle this in one fell swoop.
Yeah, sorry, it keeps doing that. I have to just keep fixing it. But
Are you up for a joyride later?
Where do you want to take me?
Guess.
Where, Silas? Where do you want to take me, Silas? Where do you... Silas, where do you want to take me? Where? Yeah, the Horse Girls game. That one also does that. But I mean, that one is more chill, you know. You're gonna take you to the bank and cash you. Hell yeah! Please, wait. Oh, what is this? Cool. Okay. Alright, I don't know. Hold on. Let me take a screenshot of this and I'm gonna send it to Fable and I'm gonna ask her. Fable, which better? Which better? So I don't waste my time on training room. Oh my god. Okay. Can I... Companion? Wait. That is... Whoa. Wait, do I fight him? Whoa! This is cool. Okay. First clear. Oh, okay. I don't want to do that now. I can't be bothered because I want to see. Okay. No. How do I, there we go. No, I don't want to do that part. Heartbreaker. Okay. Wait. No. Wait. Next, how to unlock at level 21. What level am I? Level 11. Also, I need to do battles. Okay. I need to level up, guys. I need to level up. Let's see. Oh shit, I have fucking so much of this. Auto equipped? Hell yeah. Get good. I will when I do your mother tonight. I mean, our mother tonight. Oh, fucking hell. I just want to play the game. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna have this auto. Auto. Setting and it'll auto. Let me auto. Okay. Auto everything.
Guess I can't let you
Alright.
stay too far away.
How about let me get another game running? Should I?
Let's attack it together. You can
Let me do
decide
Hupo.
I'll show
I wanna do either mob arrival
Silas, have you ever written a love letter?
I've written
Overwatch.
challenges to duels before.
My turn.
Halfway
and
there.
because I
won't take long
wanna
for us to
get
be done.
my battle pass. I don't wanna.
Silas.
It can't escape. Let's
Alright, there you go. There's a poll.
fell swoop.
I wanna get the battle pass. I don't wanna like spend some coins again to get the battle pass,
It's time.
skins and stuff.
You'll also disappear. Are you up for a joyride later?
Oh, I got a little heart.
Get.
Oh wait, there's next. Maybe I can have this like on the side running. Wow. I'm sorry guys. It's funny. Funky. See guys. Why? Why? Oh my god, can you
Why the long face, Silas?
can somebody be an angel?
I normally have my afternoon nap at this time.
Oh. Overwatch?
We could have done some.
Alright, go on. Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna somebody's gonna do somebody's gonna do Marvel Rival.
Love letter anytime
Go on.
soon.
Wait. What? Hold up a minute.
Go back to the pit you came from. Silas.
It can't escape.
Oh, hold on.
Let's attack it together. You can decide.
You
when.
will end if you tie. Yes, I will.
We're halfway there.
I will end the stream if you tie. Don't do it. For your own good.
Careful now. It's.
I swear to God.
You'll also disappear.
Oh my God.
I'm here. I won't let you get into that either. My spot.
It's your
Okay.
turn.
Okay.
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 Ready?
Alright. Oh, what it is?
Born ready.
We done Overwatch. We done Overwatch. Overwatch. We done. We
Put up a
done.
good fight.
Alright.
job.
Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright guys, I will make this game a little smaller so I can play it on the side whilst playing Overwatch. Yeah. Nina's so kind. Nina's so kind. And then when I get to what do you call it? What's his name? Silas. Silas. I will I will show you guys. I will show you guys. Because sharing is caring. It's just your side piece. Wait. No, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. You said it, sir. You said it, sir. You said it. Alright, you guys got title and game category? Yeah, you guys got title and game category? Yes, I called it what it is. What do you mean? What do you mean, sir? What do you mean? Huh? Side piece. I don't get it. I don't get it. I know what that means. 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 Guys, oh yeah, shit, wait, okay, let's play, Should I play competitive? Nah, let's go. Let's do this because I kind of want to try. Lions Stadium, yeah. Competitive because I'm not a baby. Oh. I get fries? I get fries? Fries? I had fries. Nino feeling guilty for taking Silas away from his afternoon nap. She offered him her things and a pillow after the fight. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah.
Ninu feeling guilty for taking Silas away from his afternoon nap. She offers him her things and a pillow after the fight.
After the fight. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We're kicking off with a pre-game setup.
Guys, I'm still. What? Wait, what did they say I have to do to level up? Oh, shiv me to training room, right?
Let's get a look at our lineups.
No, no, I do not accept. You know what? Okay. Wait, would they swap with me? They didn't even say no! Wow. Scam. Also, I thought they got rid of this. I guess not, huh? Yes, no. Yes, no. Wait, hold up. Hold up, I gotta see it now. I gotta see the title now. What is it? What is it, sure? What is it? What is it? Don't pick Cassie for me, please. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You just know this one's
what is
trouble.
it? What is the title, mate? What is the title, mate? Okay, I can't do this. Oh my god.
Both teams have locked in their lineups. The games finally begin.
No, I like it. Genji? Man, maybe I should have picked him first, huh?
Welcome to the armory. Now's the time for
Maybe I should pick
teams
him.
to work out their strategies.
Okay, what is the new guy? What time is it? Wait, what is his? What is the pro guy's name? Keep rolling, rolling, rolling.
Powers are impactful modifiers that define a
Oh
build,
wait,
so
which
competitors
one
must
is
choose
it?
carefully.
Which one is it? Fuck, I don't
The
know.
first round can't get here quick enough.
Rolling maybe, right? No, wait, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Okay, let's go with what time is it? We'll just go with that.
The teams have 20 seconds left to prepare for the round.
To the face.
You guys want some music? Guys want some music? You guys want some
The
music?
armory is closing shortly.
It's a little bit laggy, but it's okay.
Blizzard. Blizzard.
Slow down, girl. What? is Mango, if not Angram Genfuzizer. Oh darling, Mango is just a tiny delight, while Angram Genfuzizer is the spicy gamer who's here to bring both love and chaos. Wee. But hey, if Mango Yeah, were I a
Oh,
might have to go side piece, PNG. I bet it would come with fries, right? Just like a burger combo. Worp. Oh, it's literally up here. My 2D or not 2D? Okay, hold up. Okay, now better? Now better. Now feels better. But my head too empty, so I need music. Oh, so close, so close. Clean! I must. Oh, wait. Let me get some Spotify going. Ma'am.
Thanks.
I think I need to get more medication. Oh, fuck off.
I need a doctor.
Oh, are you kidding? Lizard! Also, I did ask for healing. I don't remember you. Wow, I like dying. Oh my god, I did something with my ult. Finally, guys, I participated in the game.
Let's have a look at our MVPs. Coming up, we're picking up speed with a payload race.
Oh my god.
Teams are gearing up.
Oh my god.
Choice is
Oh
crucial.
my god. La 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 lizard. La 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 la
Another round down, and it's safe to say the teams are in the zone.
Want the very best. Nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. Please do not look on my build.
Teams have 20 seconds left to prepare for the round. The armory is about to close.
Oh, this is the new map, isn't it? Look, guys, a picture of me. This is a picture of me, guys. I'm famous. I'm famous. I'm in the posters. I'm in the posters. Guys, I'm in your ear. To be honest, actually, I don't know how this actually works. Oh. Hello, ladies. Oh! Okay, I didn't know she was gonna actually fucking take me that far. Use my mind. What's in your head? In your head. Zombie. Well done, Nino. Thank you very much. I'm not your father. I'm not your father. Oh. Oh wait, shit. He's low. Wait, what are we supposed to do with this shit? Huh? I missed. I'm not your father. Oh, no, fuck. Oh shit. I'm not your father. I'm not your father.
Where was I?
I'm not your father. So. You don't want it. You won't do it. And me, you ain't do it. Oh. Okay. Oh shit. I'm just gonna. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Daddy. Yeah. That's me. It's me. It's me, son. It's me, son. It's me, son.
Try a little harder.
Why didn't the orange win the race? It ran out of juice. Hold on. Okay.
Into the unknown.
Okay. Also, what is my role supposed to do for me? What's my role? What? Oh, okay. Stepdad new. Yeah, son. Yeah, son. I got you. I got you. I got you, son. Daughter? Brigitte, proof that she's still the goat. Wow. I feel bullied. I feel targeted. And mother.
It was a hard fight, but they lose this round.
How do we lose? How does the mode even bloody work?
2-1.
How did it work?
From these superstars.
I forgot music. Hello. What sort of music do we need? What sort of music? The music do we need? What sort of music do I need? Let me. Oh, we are going for this build. Okay, I can tell you that I'm not gonna get that. Fuck. Okay.
We've already seen so much action, and there's still more to come.
Is that a build movie you like, Steam? And there you go. Look what you did.
The teams have 20 seconds left to prepare for the round.
I don't tolerate defeat. Get on the attack now.
What do we want? Okay,
the armory is about to close.
Early 2000 rock mix. Yes. Yes. What about mother? Is she with father? Did they both go for milk and cigarettes? I am father. And my toe is mother. Meow meow meow. I'm Falcon. Falcon punch! Falcon! Punch! Whoa! It's a spaceship! It's a spaceship! Wait. Who's it? Ladies, Ladies and gentlemen. Oh wow, look at my flick shots. So bloody good. Thank you.
Pushing the barricade. Let's keep it up. I'm not your father.
Oh, whoa. What the fuck? It's an alien. I got a toes. I got a toes, guys. I got a toes. I tickled it. I'm gonna go lay down for a nap. Whoa, Beth actually laying down at this time. Why are you laying down at this time, brother? Why are you laying down? This is too early.
Maybe a different angle. He took the robot. Don't let it move a single step.
Rest well. Hello, Zinzid. Hi. Whoa.
As summer draws to a close, the Ninu can be found, as is often the case, in her natural state, hunting. As is well documented, the Ninu is incredibly intelligent, and thus often attempts creative approaches to killing her prey, such as donning the attire of off-meta heroes, and imagining that they are spacecraft. Unlike with some creatures, the desire to kill actually increases, rather than decreases, with each kill.
Oh, what can I say, man? What can I say? What can I say? What can I say? Oh wait, again? Where the fuck did she come from? Where the hell did she come? Oh, she jumped from there. Okay, and that's me like an idiot just running around trying to figure out where she was. Yes. Oh, okay. I think he's either gonna. Boy.
Much obliged. Claiming the robot.
Okay, okay.
10 seconds remaining.
You know, it'd be nice. A little juice in my dick hole. Overwatch 2 Classic. This is not Overwatch 2 Classic. Is this Stadium? I got 1 kill and 4 deaths. I would like to say I participated somehow, but no.
Just a few steps away from him. Keep pushing.
Oh. Wow, okay. I'm shit.
It was a hard fight, but they lose this round.
I would like to say all the errors were on my behalf.
You can really tell who the playmakers.
My bad. My bad.
Next up, get ready for chaos in
My
Clash.
story. Need me away for you don't understand it. Gosh, you know what, guys? I was actually thinking of doing let's get I was thinking of doing karaoke today, but we didn't because I finally downloaded Loving This Space. When we get to Silas, guys, I will show you Silas. I will show you guys Silas. I will show you guys Silas. I will show you guys Silas. You know, if you give a kitty a fish, it will eat for a day. But if you teach a cat to fish, it will meow at you until you give them a fish. Sucker. Nino Moody is doing some jiggle. Yeah. You like the jiggle? I'm dancing to this music.
Only 20 seconds left until we
Pretty sure silence isn't real. Shush, Laffy! Laffy, shush! It's real in my head. For the answer.
Yes.
Ted Denson? Who's Ted Denson? You sing the silence? Wait, you guys? No, you guys are just making up words now. You guys are just making up words. Oh. Where is he? Oh fuck! Oh. Oh shit, she rests. Oh shit. Oh, I missed every single shot on him. Okay. Oh, okay, whatever. There's the owner of the bar in Cheers. From Cheers. Who the hell is Cheers? Wait, I do know Cheers. I don't think of the good place. What good place are we talking about exactly? I like to say I'm contributing. Okay. Wow, that deflected right into my face, I think. Yeah, it did. Has Nino seen The Good Place? Your mother? Oh, yeah, I did. Bloody great. I'm gonna say bloody great. Meh. Guys, wouldn't it be funny if I'm wearing my headset wrong way around? Like I usually do?
They're moving up to objective B. That's a high score for sure for Diva. Over there. Keep quiet. The objectives are activated in 10.
Oh, I didn't hit him, but I pressed the button.
The objective is now active.
Oh, I think he's got an ult. Oh. Oh shit. Imagine confusing your left from your right. Yeah, who would do that? You just gotta look at your hands. Your left is always on your left. What do you see on the screen? I see cats. I see cats. I shot somebody in the head. Finally. When it was all on slow-mo.
When I see stats like these. Coming up, the teams are going head-to-head in.
Wait, Mini. Thank you.
It's time for the teams to consult
Thank
their
you. Oh, I feel like this was a mistake. Well, you know what? You learn from your mistakes. That's weapon life still, right? There you go. I haven't been using any of my ability. Shit. I have won the battle in my head. Wah! Ooh. Oh.
These teams are giving it their all for a shot.
Yeah, like that. I'm gonna stop after this round, guys. I'm gonna stop the stream after this round, okay?
Only 20 seconds left until we kick this round off.
I'm not gonna sleep yet, though. I ain't sleeping yet.
Not long now until the teams lock in for the round.
In May.
3, 2, 1.
Whee! You know, we still need to watch more Leviathan, by the way. It's interesting. It's very different, I would say. Very different to what I usually watch. Let's go high. Hey, you know what would have been sad? We got charged. Oh fuck! I did not see that. I didn't see that mosquito there. Down with the sickness. Whoa, what is he even looking at? I have no idea.
Maybe a different angle.
I'm not a baby. Yeah, if you guys wanna watch Leviathan, make sure you're in the Discord after this, okay? And watch what? Leviathan. We've been watching the Leviathan. Lumpy, you okay to stream it? Wait, I mean, to kindly share it with us. The book Leviathan. The first book in the Expanse. I believe it's called Leviathan. Get it down with the sickness. Get it down with the sickness. Get it down with the sickness. Oh man, I should just quit. I just realized that this is actually comp, and I think I'm just too over my head. I had some soju, so yeah, this was a mistake. No, do it! Oh fuck. Okay, I'm dead. I'm gone. Ah! I'm glad that my teammates are, you know, not so mad. I didn't see.
Do something.
Oh fuck. Okay, we still have time. Oh fuck, I was gonna ult, but no. Oh guys, it's my birthday? Shit. Okay. With a sickness, get down with a sickness, get down with a sickness. Alright, let's raid someone. Down with a sickness, get down with a sickness, get down with a sickness. It's my birthday? It's my birthday? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Oh my god. Volpine is playing, let's read Rank Spank. Okay. We're gonna read Volpine. Hope you guys are ready for that. Thank you. Do you guys like this? Do you guys like my background? Do you guys like my current background? Do you guys like it? I will nope. Fuck. With your name on it. I will be, guys, I will be in the Discord if you want to watch some Leviathan. You should, yeah. Yeah, that's like, really? I don't want to get in trouble. I mean, I can also do this, you know. There you go. Anyways, we're gonna raid Volpine. If you wanna join watching Leviathan, you should totally do that. Make sure you join the Discord. And if you're not in the Discord, what's wrong with you? Maybe I stream tomorrow. We shall see. And oh yeah, guys. These nuts.